Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. Wow, what a beautiful night for a horse race here in the forest city of Ontario. The sun is shining, the leaves, just such a beautiful color around the track here. Yeah. Got her pretty good up here in the eye in the London sky this evening. 13 minutes away from race 1 of 11. The changes coming right up. 12 Celsius, 54 Fahrenheit. Fast and dry conditions for this evening's card. Here we go then. Starting up with changes, race number 1. Colin Kelly now driving 2, Easy Breezy Beautiful. Number 3, here's the thing, is scratched. The 4, Sweetest Hustle. Put a blind bridle on and scratch the 7, Ardine's Moment. 3 and 7 come out of the opener. Colin Kelly driving 2. Colin off the triple here last evening where he took the first 3 dashes. On over to race 2, race number 2. The 5, Ace 44 Talon make the driver Garrett Rooney. There'll be no Travis Cullen. There'll be no Jay Harris tonight. No Cullen, no Harris tonight. Garrett Rooney drives 5 in the second. Third race, race number 3, scratching the 1 and 6 and drawing attention to number 9, Steady As We Go. The filly, after an awesome debut, she's going to move in and leave from the rail there in the third. Again, 1 and 6 out. 9 goes in and gets the rail in race number 3. Race 4. Fourth race tonight, put the blinkers on number 2, Rock and Twist. Go on over to race 5, the Trotters, for the early high 5 opportunity. It's a blind bridle for the 4, Delaware. Needing a driver for number 5, Waikiki Hanover. Driver TBA on 5. The 7, Petro Angel, has got a line from October 28th here in London, sat at the back and stayed there. Timed a mile on 2, 1, and 4. Jason Ryan was driving. Race number 6. We need a driver for the 4, Ranger Hanover. 7th race, kickstarts a late pick 5, and number 4, Run Like Hill, has got a line from Flamborough, October 29th, sat 4th and 5th throughout, closed up to finish 4th, 2 minutes, 1/5. Colin Kelly was on. 8th race. Race number 8, the 1, Harlamov. It's got a line from October 30th at Leamington, was parked. First up all the way, faded in the late going to finish 6th in 2, 2, and 1. Ryan DeRoche was aboard. Number 8, Fooling Yourself, is in need of a driver there in race number 8. 9th race. Race number 9, the 1, Better's Dream. Here's another line. The last added line for tonight's card, October 28th at London, was sitting 8th throughout. Closed up strong to finish 5th. Race time 56 and 3. Flashed a final quarter there, 28 and 1 with Scott Coulter on board. Race number 10, 10th race, the 8, Jackson Storm, in need of a driver. And then in race number 11, there are no changes. The high 5 finale on the pace for it. 8 starters, and again, no changes there to complete our card. Okay, so we've got you up to speed thus far on changes tonight. More drivers to be listed there for the horses of Harris and Cullen. Later on in the program, when I get them, I will be passing them along. I'm going to take a short break right now. Coming back with a whole lot more. We've got Robert Reed Jr. joining us tonight for the commentary, for the ticket ideas, and Raceway picks as well. So stick around. There's a whole lot more to come on this Tuesday evening at the Raceway at Western Fair District. So, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the show from the Iron and London Sky. Your track announcer Shannon Sugar Doyle with you, setting up the action for this evening. We've got 11 races, a great looking card for this evening. We've got our friend of the show, of course, Robert Reed Jr., set to join us here for his commentary, some ticket ideas, and raceway selections as well. And Robert Reed Jr., we're going to pick it up now. Like we normally do on a Tuesday, let's talk horses and racing from, well, anywhere you want to go. But I'm going to go to one of my favorite highlights from the weekend, Bulldog Hanover, a highlight for many, I'm sure. You know, everywhere he's been going, right, he's been filling the grandstands, the tarmacs, and what I've been hearing from Woodbine Mohawk Park on Saturday evening, one of the largest crowds out to watch horse racing in a long time there.
It was remarkable. I was there, Sugar,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll tell you right now that the cool thing about it, so not just the amazing horses and all the wagering dollars and the top drivers and
Mm-hmm.
trainers, it was unreal, the people that were there.
Wonderful.
You know, from the U.S., from across Canada. I hung out with Mike Probosi, Ryan Willis,
Yeah.
Nick Boyd, Garnet Barnsdale, John Rallis. The list goes on. Saw Melissa Keith there. I mean, it was just crazy, right? And everyone kind of converges together to watch the Breeders' Crown. The card did not disappoint, and of course, the horse that we were waiting for the most, Bulldog Hanover. Wow, was he ever remarkable? What a rebound effort!
Yeah, I just loved watching that. You know, everybody was talking about the rematch. Can he handle Allywag this time? Well, you know what? Allywag took him to the half in 53-1. Bulldog went by. Allywag could not keep up when they turned for home. Actually got passed by one of our favorites in Canada here, Tattoo Artist. So the Bulldog, what a rebound effort. Is great to see. 46-4. Just mind-boggling, right? Late October on a cool night, right?
Yeah, yeah, it was unbelievable. And like you said, right, last time they met, one horse didn't have to do much racing.
Right.
The other one went and tried to set a world record.
Right.
This time around, it was a different story, right? They both had to do a little bit of racing, and Bulldog said, okay, this is all mine. And Tattoo Artist, I mean, I'm going to say quietly. It sounds crazy to say quietly, but quietly just having an incredible season, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I agree.
kind of in the shadow of one like Bulldog.
Yes.
But I mean, when you look at what he's done, his resume this year, I mean, any other year, it would have been, truly one that would be, worthy of Horse of the Year candidacy.
Indeed. Just great to see. You know what? We go back to that Red Mile effort where the Bulldog, he did all the work through some very fast fractions. And, you know, one of the few years at the Red Mile where a world record was never broken. So he did all that work over a track that was not so lightning fast on that day and still paced his mile 46-1. If you reverse the trips, Allywag cuts all those fractions. Bulldog sitting in the pocket. He's going 45, if not, well, dare say 44 to piece. I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, listen, I'm no disrespect to Allywag Hanover.
Right.
He's a phenomenal horse.
Yes.
And everyone that kind of talks about, Bulldog and where does he rank in the group. I mean, we can't get into that discussion because Twitter's kind of been all over that the last few days.
Yeah.
But, he's not beating slouches, folks. These horses are the
right.
real deal. I mean,
exactly.
This is a tough group. This is not an easy group.
And did it all summer. Did it all summer.
Absolutely.
Dominated.
Yeah, the horse from a different planet, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not like he just became great. He's always had this.
Yes.
He went some of the toughest miles I've ever seen a 3-year-old go.
Mm-hmm.
In his sophomore season,
Mm-hmm.
and now he's just put it all together at the age of 4, and he gets along with Dexter Dunn. I mean, they're made for each other.
Yeah. Great to see Mark McDonald still smiling ear to ear, right, about King of the North and that trotter, how he's come back this season. Not so fortunate as a 2-year-old, but wow, what a great time to sort of peak in the career there for the trotter, King of the North.
Yeah, get good at the right time. You know, I mean, he was a horse that all year kind of underachieved, and then all of a sudden, right, elimination Breeders' Crown, throws out his best effort, and then one ups it in the final. I mean, he was lights out, much the best at every point.
And that rail, not the easiest spot to leave from it, Woodbine Mohawk Park, and be on top, right?
No, yeah, I mean, that's not really a reward, right? We saw multiple horses get that. Gaines Hanover the same. He overcame it as well.
Yeah.
But, that rail spot is just, it's with the staggered gate, it's become such a tough spot to leave from. But horses overcame it, even though they got that reward. I mean, might be something you need to rethink going forward, right? Maybe
Oh,
he
yeah.
should be post 3 to 7
Right
as
on.
opposed to 1 to 5.
Yeah, indeed. We have a mutual friend in racing, Mr. David Omaccioli. He's made it to London. He happened to stop in for a visit. We had a great chat there, and we got talking about a horse that you're very fond of winning the opener last night. What a trip by the horse Called In Sick.
Oh, Called In Sick as a horse. I saw him at Grand River. I mean, first of all, when have you seen a horse that's named so perfectly? He's won 3 times off of Vet Scratch Sick. I mean,
Wow.
it's one of those things that, I mean, if you wrote it in a story, people would say that can't be true.
Right.
But I mean, Called In Sick is such a versatile type. He's proven he can race at Mohawk Park against some really good horses, go really big miles.
Mm-hmm.
Another dominating effort last night. I've loved that horse since the moment I've seen him, and he continues to do really good things. I mean, I think he's a very you know, just a gritty racehorse. It's probably underrated, really, because he hasn't really done a lot of big things.
Right.
I guess against big names as of yet, but he's going to continue to progress, and I think he's going to be a real nice racehorse.
David said you do like that horse, and he mentioned please say hi to Robert. So there you go, David, with
Amazing.
the hello to
Glad to hear
Robert.
that.
Right on. Great to see. Sometimes I'll script a call. Sometimes it's not even there. It just came to me last night. Called In Sick has showed up for work, right? And boy, did he ever. 57-mile right off the bat, and I'm thinking, well, maybe the track's not so bad. But then, race 2, 3 came along, and they weren't going that speed. That 57-mile, huge.
I have never seen I mean, listen, we've seen horses do it, but a horse like him, obviously he's had some issues with those breaks due to sickness.
Right.
I've never seen a horse like him with that kind of schedule always bring his A game.
Yeah.
Even in defeat, he's been tough. Whether it be in Mohawk Park or over the half at Grand River, and he won one time off the Vet Scratch Sick where he had post 7 and came from off the pace, and I said, wait a second, this horse just showed he's got a whole other dimension to him,
Right.
So he's not a one-trick pony. Like I said, I can't say enough good things about Called In Sick.
Right on. Wonderful to see. And again, for David, thanks so much for stopping by for the visit today. That was a great conversation. And we'll look forward to seeing David and his horses. He's actually racing one in this evening's third, but he get in kind of tough now because there's an also moving in there, right, that everybody's kind of looking forward to seeing. You know what? Always great to catch up and banter, industry talk for the horses. But right now, we gotta talk up this early pick 5 play, and it's being well supported here in the early going by players, and I've got a ticket idea. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think this ticket can miss, but I know I'm spending a little more. But you know what? A couple of key players, and then deep in some others. Even that trotting event in race number 5, where I got to go to the all button because nothing really jumps off the page for me in there. But this 6-horse Arizona, wow, I know this filly good, and she showed up. She was just so good here in her Raceway debut last week.
She was unreal. She showed another one that showed some versatility, right? Got away 5th, then blasted the lead, got around the surface really well.
Yeah.
I don't see her getting beat tonight. I'm in agreement, Sugar. You've got to really take 2 singles, I think, in this sequence,
Yeah.
and then try to find a price somewhere else. I
Right.
mean, last night's pick 5 paid fantastic. It really did. For
Did
what
too.
came in, I mean, I thought it was a good result for yours, really, too.
Yeah.
Out trick-or-treating. It's always nice to refresh the account and see that. But, yeah, no, it's. I think you've got to do something similar tonight. Take a couple stands and try to get a price down somewhere else.
Tell me this: did the treat jars reappear on the doorstep?
The treat jars?
Yeah, you lost some treat jars there on Halloween.
Oh,
Yes,
the buckets. No, they
yeah.
did not. No, and
Ah.
my wife was very upset. If you know anyone in the Newmarket area that may have come home with 3 Halloween bowls, buckets, whatever you call them,
Right.
that weren't theirs,
Yeah.
please let us know. No, she was upset about it. Yeah,
it's too bad.
kids.
Robert Reed Jr.'s early pick 5 ticket. Let's get a look at that because I know the horses are getting set to post parade quickly. Just touch on this quickly. I know you mentioned you got to key up a couple of and maybe track down values somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play it kind of skinny, right, Sugar? 1,
Yeah.
4, 5 in race number 2. Obviously, singling the horse. I think we're all gonna be on steady as we go in race 3. I really like Chappie's Boy in race 4. I think he's got a big chance even from post 6. I think it's a great spot for him.
Right.
And then in the finale, I decided to kind of spread out in that trot race.
Yeah.
Show Me the Magic was great last time. What's the trip gonna look like this time, though? Right. So
Right.
Dusty Lane Thunder, I'm going to go back to her, even though last time she kind of disappointed me, but also using the 1 and 2 in there. I think that's the race you might want to go a little deeper in, but I'm going to play it kind of thin. Probably punched that ticket more than a few times.
That's what I figured. I'm like, Robert, got to spend. No, I know what he's doing. He might be hitting this one, two, three, maybe a little more in there. So yeah, thanks so much, Robert. Great catching up. We'll stand by for the post parade race 1 in London. Here we go then, folks. Starters on a post parade for race 1 of 11. A reduced field of 6 here in the opener with the scratches of 3 and a 7. You are looking at the 1, Lady in Lace, with Garrett Rooney driving for Marlene Marshall. The trainer is John Marshall. A number 2, Easy, Breezy, Beautiful. This one for owner-trainer Philip Coleman. Make the driver, Colin Kelly. As mentioned, Colin took the first 3 last night, the natural hat trick on Monday evening, and here he is with the 2, Easy Breezy Beautiful. The 3 is scratched. A number 4, Sweetest Hustle. It's daughter of sports writer for Lori Keeling. Trainers Jason Libby, the driver Scott Coulter, switching to a blind bridle tonight. More to come here is number 5, Tierra Dancer, Brett McDonald for owner-trainer breeder Les Poussin. Heavy action here for number 6, Arizona. The filly, by Up the Credit, will try to double up. Made that huge move between the quarter and half mile last time out, and it was over for the rest. She'll look for the repeat here. A best bet selection for Ontario Racing and Now Who Picks, owned by Wendy Warren Timpano, along with Herman Bordeaux. Mike Timpano condition. Tyler Ward driven, number 6, Arizona. 7 was out, and then the 8. Put your bet down. This one for Robin Morley. The trainer is Jack Ray with son Scott Ray in the sulky. So there you have it, folks. It's a reduced field of 6, and they're all going to be trying to take the heart away from Arizona. I don't know if they'll get close to this one tonight. She was very good in her raceway debut. She's only a 7-time starter, 3 of those wins, 2 of the victories over at Woodbine Mohawk Park. But Arizona, as mentioned, Robert, that was such a huge move between the quarter and a half. She was flying on that second turn. And you know what? Tyler Borth was very confident when making that move.
Yeah, he was, and he knows her well. He's been aboard multiple times, and it's interesting because I thought that maybe she would have a little bit of trouble getting around the half because she did have a break and a couple of times put some steps in at Mohawk Park. But I mean, she was smooth as can be, and I loved what he did. Right, he kind of eased her into the race and then just blasted at them, and they had no answers for it. And I looked at this race, Sugar, and I said, what's going to change this time around? I mean, we're not really. Sweetest Hustle last time got bet down to favoritism, had the rail advantage over her, and couldn't stay with her. I think she's the only one that has any kind of chance, but even that, I think, is probably pretty slim.
One thing we've been seeing in recent weeks here, and I mentioned it before, when a driver gets hot, it tends to carry on a bit. You know, we had Travis Henry there a few weeks ago, some big numbers. Tyler Borth, 5 wins on Friday night. Then Colin Kelly last evening taking the first 3 dashes, and we'll see Colin hop up on number 2, Easy Breezy Beautiful, here in the opener. Driver's Room doing it and doing it well right now in London.
It's always competitive, right? That's what I always say about this driver's colony is that there's no gifts given.
Right.
You know, they're always battling tooth and nail. And we said on an opening night, we're looking forward to seeing how it all plays out for this driver's title because we know it's going to be a tight race right to the finish because these guys can win 3, 4, 5 in a night on any given night.
That's right.
It just kind of depends what their lineup is. And, Easy Breezy Beautiful is an interesting one. First over, tough trip last time. Did kind of really tire in the stretch and got disqualified because she took the lane away from a horse that was going to get past her.
That's right. Yeah, it was maybe like a staggered move, right? She was tired at the time,
She was tiring and kind of moved in over Fran Sports Writer, who I thought was coming up with some live pace. So I think that she's a decent filly. I thought she would race better kind of earlier on in the season. Maybe she's finding that form again, but, I mean, she runs into a killer here in Arizona, and I think it's a tough one in Sweetest Hustle.
Yes. Sweetest Hustle, I do like. We can bring up the 4 again here, and she's a nice little sports writer filly, and she travels well. Jason Libby's got his horses in pretty good form here. This one had the pocket ride last time out. Wasn't too far off Arizona, but there was no way she was getting to the winner.
No, she wasn't, and she took that huge influx of money right before the word go because Arizona was the favorite. Then afterwards, we were kind of saying, how'd this horse end up paying, 6 to 5 when we thought she'd be more like 2 to 5 in there?
Right.
It's because the money came in on Sweetest Hustle, and we understand why, right? Last time, no real chance, and against much tougher, likes of J120,
Hmm.
rail control, but just couldn't go with Arizona on that occasion. Not sure she can again tonight, but I mean, she's a nice horse to own, right? She's got just 2 victories out of 22 starts, but 8 seconds and 5 thirds. So she's a horse
She's
that
paying
certainly
her.
has a nose for the top three.
Yeah, she's paying her way. She's aptly named. She's from the mare Sweet Velocity. They named her Sweetest Hustle, but isn't she the sweetest little thing out there? Nice, calm, cool, and collected there. Scott Coulter's got her down in the safety lane, and just a thing of beauty getting set to go here in race number 1. As we go about a minute, this pick 5 has been well supported for a while now. We normally check in, 45 minutes or an hour before post time. Well, yeah, it's taking some action. Well, today it was taking action, and they're going to be well up and over $10,000 in this pick 5 pool. Well played.
Yeah, I saw actually really early too, because I always check when the pool first opens,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
And I looked at it, and I think it opened and it was like 2,200 and like over an hour away from post time. So I mean, that just shows you, right, that people are putting in their tickets,
Right.
early on in the day.
Oh.
I mean, I'm hoping they saw the also eligible in race number
You know
3.
what?
I mean, I'm assuming they would have.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time. Well, when I saw that filly steady as we go moving in, I said, I have to roll with this now and let people know. There's no point in letting people set up their tickets, and have this also move in, and you're coming late with the news. Let them know early so they can have their tickets mapped out early, right?
And put it this way, Sugar, I had 5 horses in that race.
Yeah.
Before that change.
Same.
It's
Yeah.
still a horse race, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. There's no gifts given. We know that.
Right.
But I mean, I went from using 5 different horses to now singling the horse that draws in off the also eligible.
I'm thinking there's probably going to be a few others go that route as well. She made such a huge move. I went back and watched the replay again, probably 2 or 3 times. It was such a huge move for a career debut start.
It was, yeah. It was remarkable. And listen, let's just hope tonight with the rail control, we see her make a little bit of progress and find the winner's circle.
Right on. Great catching up. Great setting up. Race number 1 as the starter has called for the horses. Binocs in hand. We're set to call race number 1 of 11. Gates moving. Here we go, a reduced field of 6 to kick off this Tuesday evening in London. It's the HBI Bet sponsored pick 5 play in the opener. Lady in Lace, Easy Breezy Beautiful, Sweetest Hustle, Tierra Dancer, Arizona, the outside gate trailing out. Put your bet down. A 16th away. Here they come. They're off, and Sweetest Hustle makes a sweet move to the early lead. Outside of that travels Tierra Dancer. Along the inside was Lady in Lace, just floating on out of there, up on the wide side, about 4 deep actually, through this opening turn. Arizona still up on the wide side and going forward here. It's Sweetest Hustle on top, though. Here comes Arizona striding very nicely here and will grab control just prior to the quarter mile here at 1-9. She has set this table early. 29 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Arizona on the lead. Sweetest Hustle for the pocket ride again, and left out there in third. Easy Breezy Beautiful. Appears to be a long night at the office. A 4th and in for Tierra Dancer. A Lady in Lace is next to last. Put your bet down. Is trailing this field. Down in front of us they travel. We've got 5 in and we've got 1 left out. It's Arizona by the half in 58-1, and she is tugging hard on fourth. Back on for the new Sweetest Hustle. And third is Easy Breezy Beautiful. She tried to find pylons. They're not there. Along the inside and coming on through is Tierra Dancer. A buried 5th now for Lady in Lace, and a move off the back end from Put Your Bet Down. The front 2 now with a bit of separation. Arizona, 3-year-old daughter of Up the Credit, appears to be large and in charge. Drafting there in second. Sweetest Hustle. Widest of all down the backstretch. Put Your Bet Down. We'll try for the show, though, after 3/4. starters, 127 and 3. And it has come down to these two. Arizona, the killer, is on top. Second best, Sweetest Hustle. Then it's 5 back to Easy Breezy Beautiful, who's still sticking around to battle on for third. Though Arizona, she set the table early, and now she's home and cooled again for fourth. 2 in a row in London. Arizona, Sweetest Hustle for second. Easy Breezy Beautiful guts it out to for third, and finishing fourth, Tierra Dancer was 157 and 2 as Arizona goes back to back. Race one well supported by our horse players. Thanks so much for playing tonight and always. $21,000 plus in the pick 5 pool, and well over $50,000 wagered into this opener. It's Arizona on top. 6, 4, 2, and 5 is your top 4 unofficial. However, a judge's inquiry now. Judge's inquiry involving number 4, Sweetest Hustle, possible pylon violation in the first turn, holding all tickets till the result becomes official. Here she comes. She's back for another win in London. This is Arizona, 3-year-old Brown filly by Up the Credit. Head of Joe and Maria by Bettor's Delight for Wendy, Warren Timpano, and Herman Bordeaux. Mike Timpano condition. Tyler Moore driven to win. The filly gets there tonight. 157 and 2. Did it quite easy again. Home in 29 and 4 for another Tyler Borth driving victory in London as he leads the driver's standings for 2022 here in the Forest City. So again, a 6, 4, 2, and 5, and the judge's inquiry involving the unofficial second place finisher, possible pylon violation into the first turn. As a result of the judge's inquiry, ladies and gentlemen, number 4, Sweetest Hustle, was inside 2 consecutive pylons, though was not lapped on at the finish. So, Sweetest Hustle is going to remain in the second spot. Again, the result of the judge's inquiry had the 4, Sweetest Hustle, inside 2 consecutive pylons, though she was not lapped on at the finish, thus no placings. 6, 4, 2, and 5 to stand. Well, gone official here. It was 230 to win for Arizona. That exactor coming back at 420. Buck try, 580. Buck super. 3280. The rundown: Lady and Lace was 6, Easy, Breezy, Beautiful 3rd. 3 had scratch, Sweetest Hustle 2nd. Tierra Dancer was 4th. Arizona doubled up. Doubled up winner. The 7 at scratch, Put Your Bet Down, was 5th. 29, 58 and 1. 127 and 3, and it's a mile of 57 and 2 for Arizona. Top down, a 6-3 scratch, 2-4-1 scratch with a 5 at the bottom. Race 2 is next. If you skip the pick 5, or if you played the pick 5 and you want to double down, we've got a pick 4 starting up here in race number 2, $7,500 guaranteed pool, exactor try superfecta. Put Garrett Rooney on number 5, Ace 44 Talon, 9 minutes on the pick 4, 9 minutes to think about it. Updated changes here. Race number 6, going over to race number 6. The one masked man will wear a Swedish blind. Switching to a Swedish blind tonight. In race 6 is the one masked man. Also in race 6, the 4 Ranger Hanover. The driver becomes a Garrett Rooney. And I do have another driver update. Race number 5, final leg of this early pick 4. Jason Ryan now listed on 5. Waikiki Hanover in the 5th. Jason Ryan on 55. One further update, race 10. Go to race 10, the 8 Jackson Storm, Jason Ryan. Race 10, number 8 Jackson Storm, Jason Ryan driving.
Arizona getting the job done in the opener tonight, much to the favorite players' delights, and probably singled on many of those pick 5 tickets. 1-9, Arizona in the opener. But now it's time for the start of the early pick 4. The degree of difficulty gets tougher in race number 2. The pool for that wager is guaranteed at $7,500. Let's take a look at the tickets that Sugar and I have mapped out this evening for this sequence. Probably going to be very similar to our pick 5 tickets, and they are. So Sugar's going to go 4 deep in here. I'm going 4 deep as well, but a little bit different with my numbers. And of course, we're all in on the 9 steady as we go in race number 3. The also eligible that draws in, usually an angle that gives you automatic positive EV. Many people are kind of miss those ones, but this is not one that's going to get missed, I think, by many folks because just so good in her lifetime debut. Race number 4, 5 deep. In a race, I'll be going 3 deep. He's got the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 8. He's hit the all button in race 5. If he gets that deep into this wager, which I think he will, he just wants to have them all. And it's a difficult looking trot race to finish off the sequence. Kind of one that has, many horses that have been either toiling at this class, maybe dropping down, from tougher spots. And I think it's a spot that in all buttons not a bad idea because there could be a big price to finish it off there in race number 5. My ticket, going to play it a little bit thinner throughout the sequence because I wanted to bet one that I could bet multiple times. Maybe the payout's not that not that high. We'll get it a bunch of times and still be able to be pretty profitable. 1, 4, and 5 for me here. I did elect to leave out Tough Cooper, who was my 4th selection, just because of that outside post. But I do like those 3 to kick off this sequence. Singling the 9. Steady as we go. We don't say more about her because she was so good last time, and we know we're all fond of her tonight. Race 4, the 1 and 6, Read the Proposal, and the 6, Chappie's Boy. I think they might be the ones that control that race. They look like they can provide the early speed. And then race 5, the 1, 2, 3, and 6. So I am going 4 deep, using half the field in there. I want to stick to the horses on the inside. I thought Showing the Magic was fantastic last time. It was an easier spot for that gelding. This time around, second time off the claim for Natasha Day. Also going to use Dusty Lane Thunder, though, the 6, a horse that I've been fond of. And last time just never could get into the race, and maybe this time around gets put into play. It is an easier spot, so that might help with that. Just $4.80 for 20 cents on my ticket. You've got 3 minutes so to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 4 sequence to get started right here in race number 2. The pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Sugar and I will come back after the post break to take a closer look at this upcoming dash.
As mentioned, the early pick 5 well supported here in London. $21,000 plus in the pool, leaving $16,495 alive and in play after the heavy favorite took the opener. Thanks so much for playing. Best of luck the rest of the way. We've got an early pick 4 starting up here in race number 2. The post parade coming right up. Stand by. Here we go. Starters on parade. It's race number 2 of 11. Horses and geldings here. $15,000 tags for the non-winner. 60,000 life. Number 1, Rave Reviews. Tyler Borth tries to come right back here for the owners. Steve Main and Gordon Rains with Steve training. Number 2, Sir A. Carol Voyer, owning, training, and driving, sharing ownership with Bruce Tremblay. Rising Dragon, coming off that huge upset victory where he paced to a new mark in his latest. Rising Dragon at a post 3. Sheldon Rose, owning and training. Travis Henry aboard. Modern Rider is number 4. Colin Kelly for Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman. Jason trains. And then the 5, Ace 44 Talon. Garrett Rooney gets the call now. The driver changed to Garrett Rooney for Becky Geisel. Ezra Andy Miller owning. It's Mauricia Miller training. Number 6, Joe King. Tyler Moore. And then the 7 outside for Tough Cooper for Blue Shoe Investments. Trainer Jordan Sumner. The driver is Brett McDonald. There you have it then. 7 starters. Again, $15,000 claimers here. Non-winners, $60,000. The also eligible part of that are non-winners, $2,250 in their last 5 starts. No claiming prices for 4, Modern Rider, and 5, Ace 44 Talon. So it's race number 2. It's the opening leg of our early pick 4 and a top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. We're looking at it. Number 4, Modern Rider. Just trying to find some form here after missing the board in, well, it's been a little while, right? You'd have to go back to August to find a top 3 finish.
Yeah, you've got to go back a long way, Sugar. But, in a race like this, I'm going to side with the horses that obviously aren't in for that condition claiming tag, right?
That's right.
And well, you look at the classification that he fits, it's tougher than what he's been racing against. I mean, I guess per se, but it's also easier, I think, overall as a group, right? So I just thought Modern Rider just found a spot that he might be able to be more competitive in. Obviously, has been off form as of late.
Right.
Hoping he can turn it around here, and with his best, I think he can do that against this group. And I don't think the odds right now are indicative of what price he's going to be or what he should be. The Daily Double is paying $7.30 on him right now. He's 5-1. So
yeah,
I think he's much more like a second choice in here, especially in those pick pools as well. So, but yeah, Modern Rider is one that I think can turn it around against this group.
Yeah, there is some play on the 2 Surrey, and I don't get it. I mean, the horse has got nothing really to offer in recent program lines, so I'm expecting to see that 2 to get away from those 6-5 odds and likely drift up here very soon. Another one to consider here. Possibly in race number 2. You've got the 5 pegged for second. I've got this horse pegged to win. I like this 11-year-old son of Delon Frontier. A nice mile last time out, 57-4. And right now the price is really, really good, 7-1. But you know what? He could hold around that. He hasn't been bet in recent starts, and I like the fact Garrett Rooney's been showing up with a few upset individuals over the last week or 2.
Yeah, and his double's $26.50, right? So I mean, he might stay at that price. That price might actually hold. And again, I thought the efforts have been okay as of late. I think he fits this group really well. I mean, I'd certainly be more than happy to back Kenny Joe, race him up, Giddy Up Max, Maintenance.
Right.
Those horses I would be willing to bet in here, right?
Yeah.
So, and the addition of Garrett Rooney is one that I know we both like on horses that provide that value on the odds board. So again, I looked at this race and I wanted to be involved with 3 of them mostly, and Ace 44 Talon's one of them.
Yeah, we're starting to see the 2 drift up now. There's some action on the 1, Rave Reviews. This one come in from south of the border there for trainer Steve Main. Steve racing another one there for David Almacioli in the 3rd race there. Bella's Shadow leaving the trailing spot. So wonderful to see a couple of horses coming from south of the border to compete here this evening in London. Let's talk about Rave Reviews here. Tyler Borth trying to come right back.
He's a good-looking horse. He's got the rail to work from. He missed some time, came back October the 12th. Now, I wish he was on a regular rotation, right? He's missed a few weeks between starts now. So that was the one knock I kind of had on him. If you look back at those lines at Northfield, it should be competitive here. I mean, you don't want to get too wrapped up in those times because
Right.
Northfield's a lightning fast half-mile oval.
Oh,
So
for sure.
I thought he would take a lot of support based on that,
Yeah.
right? Because sometimes we just look at the program, oh, fastest horse, that's the one we want to bet.
Yeah.
In this case, Northfield, you don't want to get too mixed up in that. But I do think that if you look at his form and who he's been racing against, he should be more than competitive against this group. I just wish he was on a regular schedule.
Right. That was one thing that David Omocioli, who went visiting this afternoon, we were talking, and we get talking about how some of our horses from London have gone down to Northfield and dropped 3 or 4 seconds. Well, those not the same horses, but some horses come up from Northfield, they don't drop time when they come in from Northfield to race in London.
No, and they typically do take a lot of wagering support, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you see those fast times in the program, and again, right? It's just the same, configuration. They've got the flying turns there, and it's just built for speed.
It's the fastest half mile in North America, doesn't it have to be?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Just touch on 3, Rising Dragon, last start. Where did that come from?
Yeah, that was the $1 million question, right? 41 to 1.
Yeah.
I couldn't get there tonight, right? Missed the wedding, don't want to go to the funeral, but who knows? If he builds on that, he can be right there.
That's one of your favorite sayings, and I kind of thought you'd go there, right? So Rising Dragon off that huge upset victory last time out. A new mark as an 8-year-old, 6 to 1 currently in this what could be a wide open event. A field of 7 noses all on gate here. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing, Rising Dragon, chased up, rave reviews on the rail, 3 wide path, Modern Rider, and widest of all into that opening turn was Tough Cooper. He got checked up, though, on through the opening 8th, and rave reviews for Todd Borth come out on top. It's Rising Dragon, set up for the 2-hole ride, plugged in there in 3rd was Sir A. Sliding into a midfield 4th was Modern Rider. Next in line 5th for Ace 44 Talon, Joe King with 1 beaten. Tough Cooper showed early speed off the gate, but has taken back to last. 28 and 3 settling in here as rave reviews into turn number 2, taps it up. Rising Dragon is a little steppy there in the 2-hole, maybe just a little too anxious. There goes Sir A. First up for Voyer from 3rd. That's cover for Joe King out and rolling. Ace 44 Talon and Modern Rider, they're going to get shuffled here as Tough Cooper get underway. 4 in, 3 out with a lap to go, and it's rave reviews on top here. 59 and 2, big time breather of 30 and 4 through the second quarter. Rave reviews driving on here against the Sir A. Right there in 3rd is Rising Dragon. A second over toe up in 4th for Joe King. Joe King, longest shot on the board. He's in play, though, gapping on the cover as they race on down the backside. Sir A took all that early action, and at 5 to 1 shows a half length in front of Rave Reviews, and they're stepping it now. 128 and 2 for 3 quarters, 29 flat through the 3rd, and a Sir A puts 2.5 lengths on them here. Sir A appears to be bringing his A game this evening to London. Second best, Joe King. Rising Dragon found some room and has come on to battle for the show, though, into the stretch. And Sir A, the smart money came early on Sir A. Appears to be much the best here in the second. Rising Dragon, he closed up well to be second. Joe King 3rd, and maybe on for 4th was Modern Rider. 157 and 3. A reversal of form, Sir A. Unofficial winner, number 2, Sir A. This horse was the longest shot in the morning line. Opened up as a favorite and off at 5 to 1 in here. 2, 3, 6, and 4. It's unofficial. Returning for a winner's circle photo, number 2, Sir A. Sir A. 4-year-old son of Control the Moment out of Sir LBSZ Tam by Better's Delight for Carol Voyer, Bruce Tremblay, Carol, the winning trainer driver. Winner tonight in 57 and 3. Huge reversal of form on this one this evening. Now, an 11-time winner after scoring here this evening. Again, a win in 157 and 3. Opened up as a heavy favorite. Let go at 5-1. Sir A with the mild upset victory here in the opening leg of an early pick 4. So again, back for a photo. There's the winning connections of Sir A. Sir A with the mild upset victory here in race number 2, paying $13.90. That exactor worth $57 even. A dollar try, $281.30. The super for a buck, $883.60. The 20 center is worth $176.72. And that early double with a 1-9 in front, that double comes back at $63.90. Rave Reviews was 5th. Saray was a winner. Rising Dragon 2nd. Modern Rider 4th. Ace 44 Talon 6th. Joe King was 3rd. And a Tough Cooper finished 7th. 28 and 3. 59 and 2. A 128 and 2 in that mile was 157 and 3 for Saray. Top down a 5-1-2, 4, 6, 3, and a 7. Third up and coming. Scratches of 1 and 6. Scratch the 1 and 6. Number 9, Steady As We Go, is going to move in and will leave from the rail for an exactor try super and the start of a pick 3 play. 6 minutes away. There, that the live pick money certainly speaks for itself. What a huge, huge drop in the live money left in play for the Pick 5 play. A $21,000 pool. Had $16,000 in live money prior to race number 2 and now cut down to $457. It's just a wow. There's your pick 4 money as well. $12,371 pool, $1,188 live and in play going into leg 2. Here we go. Here come your starters then for race number 3. And again, the 1 and 6 have scratched out of this third race. You're looking at the 2, Makalu. Second career outing for Don and Heather McGrader. Peter Core trains and drives. First time starter here at a post 3. It's going to be Ethel for owner, trainer, driver Pat Barr. More to come here. Number four, it's going to be My Delilah. This one for the owner, trainer, and breeder, William Cadman. Johnny Hahn stays on. Scott Coulter driving number 5, Bombella, for SSG Stables. Trainer is Anthony Beaton. The 6 is out. 7 outside for Time Owl Spectrum. This has Ryan DeRoche aboard for Don and Ken Beatson along with Cole England. Don trains. And then the 8, Bella's Shadow. This one for Steve Main and David Amaccioli. It's Steve doing the training, Tyler Borth in the driver's seat. And again, welcome to David, who's visiting from Michigan this evening on track and racing this evening in London. And here's a look at number 9, Steady As We Go. The filly by All Bets Off is moving in from the AE spot and will leave from post position 1. Brett Kennedy, Money Clip Racing, sharing ownership with Brit Trading. Garrett Rooney stays on for the drive. Those are your starters then. 7 horse field, the scratch of 1 and 6, and number 9 is Indigo from post position 1. Exactor Try Super, the opening leg of a pick 3 play. All right, we're going to take a peek at number 9, Steady As We Go here, and yeah, lots of folks anticipating the start by this All Bets Off filly. I know I caught her qualifier, and she really impressed me with her career debut. I caught her warm up actually when I was coming up to the booth here this evening, and it was great to see what a fabulous evening it was in London with the sun shining. And yeah, so how do you like those apples in race number 2, Robert? We talked about it. Surrey opening up as the heavy favorite, and we're thinking, it's going to drift up, and drifted up slowly, 5-1. But that horse, wow.
Yeah, but not nowhere near the price. He should have been. I mean, in the pick 5, you saw the money alone, right?
Yes.
Around 30-1 or so in
Yes.
the pick 5.
Yeah.
And then because now people see the money in the early pick 4,
they include it.
Plays true to the odds, right around 9-2, which was 5-1. So it's something that, I mean, I was waiting for that horse to kind of just shoot right up in price. When he didn't, I said this might be interesting, and sure enough, it was. He was much the best.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
first up.
When he pulled first over, it was never in doubt.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not often you say that about a horse that you initially thought didn't have much of a chance.
Well, the program lines, like I said, this horse is going to go way up from 3 to 5 or 4 to 5, whatever it was, because the program lines just didn't show it, right? A huge form reversal on that horse. And like you said, because took the early money in race number 2, a lot of people did decide to maybe hit that all button, more or less include that horse in the opening leg of the pick 4, right?
They were smarter than me. They followed the money, and I was saying, I'm too smart for that, folks.
Well, yeah, I mean, hindsight 2020, like a lot of people have said on Twitter, right? Like I know one of your pals there on Twitter used every horse except for 2, right? And it's like, wow. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that the way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's rough.
It's happened to us all, right? It's happened to us all.
It definitely has.
Yeah.
I've been alive in the money leg on massive payouts.
Yeah.
Left off a horse, didn't even hedge.
Right.
And watched the horse go out there and beat me.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? I had this 3 that we're looking at, Ethel. I had her on top prior to the also eligible horse moving in. This Ethel qualifier says she's good to go and should be able to manage a top 3 finish in here for Pat Barr, who's raced very lightly in Ontario over the last few seasons.
Yeah, making a comeback and has some nice horses, right? We've seen another one from his barn that's looked pretty good as well. And this horse has got a little bit of hype on Twitter tonight.
Yeah.
And 7-2 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, first start of her career, certainly looks the part in the
big filly. Hey,
right?
she's a big filly too. Like, get a look at her. Like she kind of looks special, really.
She does, yeah. And I was kind of in your camp. I didn't put her on top. I think I had her picked for second.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, everything got kind of, thrown, to the wind because Steady As We Go drew in. And,
yes.
And no doubt that she would take this kind of support, right? Especially vertically in this race.
Right.
But yeah, Ethel's one I'm very curious to watch tonight. I think she might be the main danger to the big favorite.
Right on. And we are going to get a look at this 9 again. I mean, we had to put her on top just off her last outing. And as mentioned, I did catch her qualifier where she was right on the helmet finishing and under wraps. But such a huge move in her career debut. She had to be at least 15 lengths off them going down the backstretch. And when Garrett Rooney lifted the right line on this one, and this horse just took off.
Yeah, she did. And it's one of those ones where you kind of say, who is that?
Yeah,
right? And you realize who it is.
Yeah.
Looked like a speedboat coming off the final turn. And
right.
Yeah, I mean, what an opportunity, right? You draw in, not just draw in, you draw in with the rail. I mean,
Yes.
it's just it's really a great spot for her to kind of, take that next step forward and graduate today. But it's still a horse race.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. The checks are not passed around prior to the official result of a horse race. Number 9, Steady as We Go, second career outing, taking the action here at 3-5. The 3, Ethel, continues to be supported at the tune of 3-1 as the starting car gets set to move into position. And you know what? Huge drop in the live money for the pick 5, but still plenty in play for the early pick 4. Best of luck to any and all that are still live on those early multi-leg wagers. As number 2, Sir A, threw a huge wrench into things there and taking down the race number 2. The gate's moving now. For the third, we've got Macaloo. Actually, we've got Steady as We Go right on the inside. Then Macaloo, Ethel, the first timer, My Delilah, then Bombella, Time Out Spectrum, and in the back tier spot, Bella Shadow. A field of 7 for race number 3. They're at the top of the stretch. Pacing, fillies and mares. Pick up speed. Here they come. They're off. Ethel, the big sports writer filly, off the car first for Bar. It's Bombella who's left out for second. Little steppy into that opening turn, the big filly, Ethel. Ethel had a little trouble stepping into the opening turn. That has Steady as We Go coming on through for Rooney, but outside, high line to the quarter mile. Bombella is going to the top. Bombella took control. Second best is Steady as We Go. Backed off into third. And regrouped at that was Ethel. Ethel is traveling into third, fourth best away, and all alone there. McCallow goes about 7 lengths off the lead. It's Bella Shadow looking at it from fifth. My Delilah is sixth. The earliest trailer was Time Out Spectrum. Quarter mile speed was deceptively quick here. 28-4. Bombella, this daughter of McWicked, to bring him down in front of us. Bombella on the lead for Coulter. Right there second. Right on the bit is a Steady as We Go. Continuing third is Ethel. Still in midfield fourth, though closer now, is Macaloo. And then going third to last, Bella Shadow. My Delilah with one beat and still. Time Out Spectrum, the half clocked up in a minute and 2/5. That was 31-3 through the second, and pocket pulling now. There goes Steady as We Go. A reminder for the leader to keep on going. Bombella trying to fight off Steady as We Go. Ethel's back in with a shot here as they pick it up in a big way. The front three with some serious separation after three quarters, 130-3. This is Steady as We Go. 3 parts of a length in front of Bombella, who's fighting on here in second. Third and looking to angle wide for the drive home is Ethel into the stretch. And Steady as We Go on top. Here's Ethel on the outside. Giving up was Bombella. It's Ethel on the outside. Ethel, little steppy in the early going, but that big filly paced a big final 8 to edge out Steady as We Go here in 2 minutes, 4/5. Number 3, Ethel, gets up to edge out the favorite Steady as We Go. 3-9, 5-2. It's unofficial. Returning to victory lane, number 3, Ethel, 3-year-old daughter of sports writer. Out of Let's Rock and Roll by Rock and Roll Hanover for the owner, trainer, driver, Pat Barr. She makes her first start, a winning one. She got a little bumpy gate at going into the first turn, settled down, and then paced a huge final eighth to get up and nip the favorite right on the line, as steady as we go, finishing second. But Ethel, the winner in her career debut, this big daughter of sports writer. Fine looking filly for Pat Barr here in the third. Congratulations. She's got a maiden mark of 2 minutes and 4/5. So Ethel getting the job done here, returning $6 even. That exactor $14.10. It's all right for those two. Dollar try $15.20. The super for a buck $33.40. One was scratch. Macaloo was fourth. Ethel was a race winner. First career start, a winning one for Ethel. My Delilah 7th. Bombella was third. The 6 at scratch. Timeout Spectrum 5th. Bella's Shadow 6, steady as we go. A second best, 28 and 4, a minute 2/5, 1:30 and 3, and it's a amount of 2 minutes 4/5 for Ethel. Top down, a scratch 4-1, 7-3 scratch 5-6-2. A fourth up and coming. Put the blinkers on number 2, Rock and Twist. We're 7 minutes away from an exactor try super and a daily double. Getting a look at the win photo from race number 3, Ethel, just up in the final strides there to nip steady as we go in race number 3. Great horse race, 3 minutes of wagering time on the upcoming 4th. Live money then still in play for the multi-leg wagers. $106 from the pick 5 pool of $21,000 plus. That is after leg 3. And we'll bring up the live money for the pick 4 as well. $12,000 plus pool on our early pick 4 that began in race number 2. And after 2 legs, only $310 remains live and in play. Best of luck if you're still going forward. 2 minutes away from the 4th. Here we go. The starters have entered the track for race number 4 of 11. It's horses and geldings, non-winners, $1,500. Last 3. On the pace, of course, number 1, Read the Proposal. It's Scott Ray driving for Rick Wade and Linda Grummett. Rick trains. Sheldon Rose owning and training number 2, Rock and Twist. Brett McDonald. The blinkers go on number 2 for this. Sports Nation 3, Scott Coulter for Raymond and Catherine Stewart. Raymond now training. Christina Lalonde, the owner. Len Lalonde Jr. training for Viper. Jason Ryan. Then the 5, it's Dalliator, Greg Dustin. Training and driving for Geis Vierstieg and Ted Melchers. Paul Chapman, the owner, trainer, breeder of number 6, Chappie's Boy. Totterborth. 7 outside for Fine Credit. Dan Clements gets the call for Heather and Letitia Sawyer. Ken Albrecht also in the ownership line with Heather training. And then Up a Creek Racing, owning number 8, Mortgage My Villa. This one has Todd and Moore driving for the trainer, Todd Kennedy. Those are your starters then. 8 Pacers for this exactor. Tri Superfecta. It starts a daily double. Current favorite, number 2, Rock and Twist. And again, the blinkers go on. Second choice currently, number 6, Chappie's Boy. As we get a look at Chappie's Boy now, Totterborth on board for Paul Chapman. A 2-time winner this season, took his mark of 53-4 over the Grand River half-miler back in mid-August. And, he hasn't had a whole lot of racing action since then. Started a couple of times in September, a couple of times in October, and here we are, Robert, already into November.
Yeah, time's just flying, isn't it, Sugar? And Chappie's Boy, I just thought this was a great spot for him. He's 2-1. I thought he would take a lot more support in that 4-1 morning line. I love some of those races at Grand River over the summer. He's got nice early foot out the gate. Now those did come from inside starting spots, right? But he did manage to win from just off the pace as well when he came first over one start. And I think that's kind of comparable groups to what he's facing tonight. So I think he's got to move forward off the gate, and I think that this looks like a good spot for him to get back into the win column.
Anytime this horse, Chappie's Boy, has done well in London, it's usually been like a big wide side move in the late going. So post 6 and likely to be racing off the back end. I don't see that posing as a problem. He's a great closer.
Yeah, he can race either way, right? I think I wouldn't be surprised if he did it from either end of the field tonight.
Sure.
Because it just looks like a spot that
right.
that he can kind of maybe control this group.
Right.
I thought he would take more support in the 5-2 on the board right now. I know that there's probably some people alive in the pick 5 on him right now to be sweating this out because. The payouts are going to be massive, no matter what, right? Just $100 and change alive.
Yeah, if there's a bomb shows up here, wow, hey, the payoffs could be incredible. Yeah. There could even be a carryover in play for the pick 5. Anyway, I don't think we got a shot of a carryover in the pick 4 because there was some play on that winner in race number 2, definitely for the opening leg of the pick 4. Not so much on the pick 5, right? No. Back to the third, just to briefly, steady as we go, take nothing away. She raced good in her second career outing, but that 3 Ethel, there was something about her look on parade. We got a good look at her. She's a nice, tall filly, and kind of alluded to the fact that she could be something special. Well, you know what? She got a little steppy into the first turn, maybe just her size, right? Because she is big.
She's huge, and I think that was one of the things too. Is she was kind of gaining ground like 2-1, on steady as we go.
Yeah.
She's just a much bigger filly.
Yeah.
And she got past her late. I'll be honest, I thought steady as we go was gone at the end of the stretch. I really did.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to see that, Ethel would kind of close into her, maybe make it close.
Yeah.
I didn't see her going by, but she is a very nice filly in her own right. And I think both those horses will go on well from that effort.
Yeah, you know what? 2 minutes 4/5. Not a real quick mile, but you know what? We did have an off track here last night, and that's likely playing a factor into the speed here this evening.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. I think that's a much better mile than it might look on paper.
Yes, I agree. This one horse read the proposal for Scott Ray on board for trainer Rick Wade. Likely to be on or near the lead in here. This one has some pretty good gate speed. He's been up around the lead with quick opening quarter miles.
Yeah, it's dropping class, right? I thought he'd take more support. I mean, 2-1
Okay.
morning line I thought was way too low, but 8-1 I think is way too high because he's a horse that's got that early foot off the gate, rail control, drop in class. A horse that when he gets to this level should be more than competitive against this group. And I mean, there's not like there's any horse in this race that are on top of their game right now.
Yeah,
one of those ones where you might want the horses on the front.
I agree. Viper for me certainly showed up well to be third best last time out. Nice back half on that horse. Jason Ryan on board for the Lalondes, and right now a decent price, 4-1. There are some nice prices in here, and as you mentioned, Chappie's Boy currently holding at 2-1. And maybe you suspected he might go even lower than that. I don't know. Just the way I read into it, you thought this horse was, dropping into a spot where he should be the favorite, right?
I thought he'd be the post-time favorite, and I thought, the one would take support as well. Maybe not be second choice, but be right there. But he's 7-1. I mean, I think the value's on him right now. A horse that I haven't backed many times, but I think I'd be getting involved with him at least on the win end, maybe in the exotics. 7-1's a nice number.
And here we go. We've got another favorite here at 3-2, but you look at the program lines and say, how? Here we go then. The fourth race in behind. Read the Proposal, Rocket Twist, Sports Nation, Viper, Dalliator, Chappie's Boy, Fine Credit, then Mortgage My Villas in the back tier spot. Here we go with race number 4 in London. They're picking up speed. Here they come. They're off, and it's a fast get for Chappie's Boy. Chappie's Boy being set in here by Borth. And a breaker, Sports Nation has jumped it off. Sports Nation to a break. It's going to be Chappie's Boy taking control. Read the Proposal. Pockets up. Borth and Ray. 1-2 on their way to the opening quarter mile. And Chappie's Boy is going plenty here in the early going. And he did close up as the post-time favorite at 6-5. Still a 10-1 player in the pocket with Read the Proposal away in third. A Mortgage My Villa was plugged in there. Traveling at a fourth. A Rock and Twist who took that early action, drifted up to 3-1 and is out and rolling here for Brett McDonald. That could be cover for a Viper, and indeed a Viper picks up the cover outside, traveling 6 to Dalliator, and then we go back to Fine Credit, and that is ahead of the earliest breaker, Sports Nation. Down in front of us they travel. Chappie's Boy is still the one, half clocked up in 58-2, 30-2, rated second panel for the pace setter, the son of sports writer Chappie's Boy going forward, second best on the outside. Rock and Twist. Read the Proposal still up there in the top 3. Viper a second over toe up in fourth and a buried fifth now as they travel down the backstretch. A Mortgage My Villa, Dalliator still out there in sixth, up towards three-quarters. Chappie's Boy down to a 3 parts of a length lead as Rock and Twist keeps on coming here. An empty pocket sitter, Read the Proposal, going around that is Viper now on for third, and a locked and blocked Mortgage My Villa, nowhere to go there with an 8th left to go. It's Chappie's Boy still on top. Rock and Twist has been hanging around and gonna keep on coming here. Rock and Twist up against Chappie's Boy fighting on. Rock and Twist on the outside made it awfully close. Only a picture decides race number 4. Chappie's Boy did all the work, was trying to get paid, but surging late was the 2. Rock and Twist 157-1. This one got awfully close at the finish. Chappie's Boy was doing all the work, was trying to hold on. Number 2, Rock and Twist, was coming with a late surge in the outside, but Chappie's Boy had enough to stay on and win. 6, 2, 4, and 5. Your top 4 are unofficial. Chappie's Boy. Now, he's won a few races in his time over London, but it's been from well off the pace. But here he is, leaving from the 6 hole and wiring them up in 157 and 1. This 5-year-old, a stallion son of sports writer and of Chappie's Girl by Life Sign, owned, trained, and bred by Paul Chapman of Dorchester. Tyler Borth driving for the double. And at 6-5, Chappie's Boy did not disappoint. Congratulations. Going official here in the 4th. We are going official with the 6, 2, 4, and 5. Read the proposal, finishing 6. Rock and Twist was 2nd. Sports Nation 7. Viper was 3rd. Dalliator 4th. Chappie's Boy, a winner. Fine Credit 8. Mortgage My Villa was 5th. 28. 58 and 2, 127 and 3, and a mile of 157 and 1. It was Chappie's Boy, 10th career win, and it's 3 on the season. From the top, a 627, 34, 185, 450 for Chappie's Boy. That exactor 1970. Dollar Try 2380. The Super for a buck 209, 25. The 20 centers coming back at 41.85. Our 5th up and coming features Trotters. It's a blind bridle for 4, Delaware. And it's Jason Ryan driving number 5, Waikiki, Hanover. 8th race, Exactor Try, the Super High Five play. Non-jackpot type, of course. The High Five pool pays out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers minus a low take. 6 minutes to post time. It's another close one tonight. It was too close for me to call. Number 6, Chappie's Boy, holding on over the 2, Rock and Twist there. And yeah, good horse race, good stretch drive, and it goes to the favorite Chappie's Boy. 6 minutes to post time in the upcoming Super Hi-Fi play. Field of 8 on the trot, and opening up as a heavy favorite, number 3, Show Me the Magic for trainer driver Natasha Day. So we've got Daily Double, Pick 3, Pick 4, Pick 5, Will Pays coming up on your monitors. 4 minutes to post time, the upcoming Super Hi-Fi play. Here we go. We've got a group of 8 trotters here for the race 5, super high 5, non-jackpot type. You're looking at one Playful Elegance leading driver. Tyler Boers trying for his driving triple this evening. Dennis Duford owning. Ashley Duford trains. Number 2, it'll be Super T. Colin Kelly stays on for the Yakes. John and Chris with John training. Number 3, Show Me the Magic, owned by Doug Millard. It's a second time for trainer driver Natasha Day. Opens up as a 2-5 favorite. Number 4, Delaware. Delaware goes to the blind brattle this evening for Triple S Equine. Trainers Pam Forgy, the driver Garrett Rooney. Elizabeth Fair owning. It's Alan Fair training. And number 5, Waikiki Hanover make the driver Jason Ryan. And then the 6, Dusty Lane Thunder. Alfie Carroll with the catch driving assignment for John Bell. Trainer is Dane Pearson. Petro Angel 7, Daryl Laver. Owning and training Brett McDonald. And then the 8, Top of the Bar, George Catros, the owner, trainer, driver, sharing ownership with Mario Hebert. There you have it then, your 8 trotters for the early high 5 opportunity. The exactor try also featured here in the 5th. Good luck. Getting a look here at number 3, Show Me the Magic. And yeah, 3-5. Second time for the trainer driver Natasha Day. Was claimed 2 back for $18,000 over Flamborough. Robert, a heavy favorite in the pick 5 completion leg.
Yeah, massive favorite. Actually, even a shorter price than the 3-5 we're seeing in that pick 5 pool.
Yeah, pretty much.
The effort last time was a real good one. Came from way out of it to be third against a tougher group. Faced easier tonight, but again, right, we still need to see what he can do when he gets put into the race, right? So I looked at him and thought that he's a horse you can put on top in here. I didn't see him being this short of a price, though. I really didn't. I thought there's some other horse in here that deserve a little bit more respect.
Right, like you said, 3-5 on the board right now, and actually lower than that when you look at the pick 5 will pays. I mean, he's 166 and change for the 20-cent return. After that, everything is $1,300 plus on a 20-center. It's crazy. Now, Show Me the Magic does show that he closed up very strong, but this horse never left the pylons. It was just kind of sneaking up all the way last time.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, again, he can build off it and certainly get the better of this group with a similar effort. But you also got to be leery of ones that don't do a lot of racing and then look really strong late in the mile. I mean, 36-1 last time. You're now at 3-5, maybe shorter come post time.
Right on. We did see the 6 Dusty Lane Thunder there briefly. Dusty Lane Thunder on the class drop, right? And Alfie Carroll certainly knows his way to the winner's circle, though Alfie has not been so busy yet this meet in the driver's seat.
No, and I do like the addition of Alfie on this horse.
Yeah,
so, one that comes out of the same race.
Yeah,
as the favorite. And the thing about Dusty Lane Thunder is she's a big, strong mare herself, right? And I thought last time it just didn't work out the way the trip kind of panned out.
Right.
I think she can be much better. So I look at the price discrepancy, 8-1 versus 3-5. I'm going to lean in the direction of Dusty Lane Thunder at that point, and a horse that obviously I've got some rose-colored glasses for, but I do think there's something there with her.
Yeah, the price is right on number 6, Dusty Lane Thunder. More than capable of sub 2-minute speed if the right kind of trip in there. Tyler Borth opted to go with the 1, Playful Elegance. Tyler, leading driver at the Raceway, already in the winner's circle twice tonight. Playful Elegance for Team Duford. With that rail advantage, she's a big mare, a big trotting mare. This 1, Playful Elegance. Your thoughts on this one?
I'm surprised she's 14-1. I thought she'd be less than that because look at the post draws, right? Post 7, trailing post, rail, raced okay from the rail.
Yep.
Tyler gets along well with Playful Elegance, and I just think she's got to get put into play tonight, right? So 15 to 1. I think she could be sitting, up close and maybe get a big piece of this. And I thought she would take more support based on that alone.
Right on. Playful Elegance here, Super T. We both actually went identical with selections here, 3, 6, 1, and 2. We did select number 2, Super T, for a play spot. But one final look at this heavy favorite, number 3, Show Me the Magic. Now, I did touch on the fact we are on a fast track, but for me, not really lightning fast. We're coming in off the off track. And now this horse, the off track from last night. So this horse, Show Me the Magic, wearing the go straights, the spreaders, right? I don't know. When the track is, lightning fast, perfect, I don't have trouble backing a horse with the go straights or spreader, but the track gets a little bit, wonky, a little bit maybe not so lightning fast. I don't know. Can I back this trotter with the go straights?
At that price, I would say no. I mean, he's a handsome-looking trotter.
Yeah,
The go straights are always a concern for me,
right.
no matter what the horse is or what gate they are,
Yeah. Well,
especially over a half.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Robert. You can kind of notice it. That inside lane appears to have a little bit of shine on the top of the surface there. So it might still be a little bit kind of sticky from last evening. I don't know. I can't get behind number 3 at 3 to 5. I could get behind him at the morning line of 2 to 1, but right now, as you mentioned, really heavily supported in the final leg of the pick 5, and heavy support right now.
Yeah, just it hasn't stopped, right? Opened
Right.
off as an overwhelming favorite, showed it in the multi-leg pools, and it stayed there. But again, I think it's almost a race where you have to go elsewhere, and if he wins, he wins.
Alrighty, here we go then. It's the early high five opportunity on a field of 8 trotters, and as mentioned, we always offer the non-jackpot high five here in London. The pool does pay out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers minus the low takeout. So here we go. Playful Elegance, Super T, Show Me the Magic, Delaware, Waikiki Hanover, Dusty Lane Thunder, Petro Angel for Laver, right? We've been talking about Laver last week and a half here in London. Top of the bar for the trailing spot. They're set to go here. 5th race in London. Here they come. And they're off and charging on out of there from the center. Delaware, Super T on the rail. Playful Elegance looking to stack them up here, and she's doing it. And doing it well. Playful Elegance for Tyler Borth has come on through. That's going to have Super T ducking and tucking for the 2-hole ride. Delaware has kept it together to trot from 3rd. Heavy favorite, Show Me the Magic, closed up as a 1 to 5 choice, sitting cozy there in 4th with Day, 5th and in, top of the bar. Parked in the early going there in 6th. Waikiki Hanover next to last was Dusty Lane Thunder. And at the back of the bus, Petro Angel, 29 seconds flat. Opening quarter-mile speed for the big mare. Playful Elegance, a leader by 2. Super T with the tow-along trip. So a couple of long shots at 24 to 1 and 11 to 1, even 9 to 1, sitting 3rd on the half-mile approach. Playful Elegance, the one to take down. Super T is 2nd, and Uncovered 3rd. Show Me the Magic getting underway for Day, and to that one's left is Delaware, half-timed up in 60 seconds flat. Borth going forward here with Playful Elegance. Super T continues to follow along. Show Me the Magic keeps on coming there in 3rd. 4th and in, Delaware. Out there into 5th was Waikiki Hanover. Buried 6th, top of the bar. 3 deep on the outside for Petro Angel, trailing Dusty Lane Thunder. 129 and 4, and Playful Elegance and Borth have more. The lead is still 2. Super T all alone in 2nd. It's not looking good for the heavy favorite. Show Me the Magic at 1 to 5 still has a ton of work to do and not much time to do it. Into the stretch and Playful Elegance. She wanted every call. She's gotten every call, and she's almost there. Playful Elegance, and Borth is in for 3. All alone in the line at 24 to 1. Show Me the Magic was 2nd. 3rd goes to Super T. Top of the bar. Closed up well to be 4th. 2 minutes, 3/5 for the big mare. Playful Elegance, Borth for the Dufords. Never challenged throughout. Playful Elegance racing like an even money shot here and winning at 24-1. Tyler Borth has won 3 of our first 5 races this evening. 1, 3, 2, 8, and 4 for the high five. Playful Elegance coming back. 5-year-old daughter of Elegant Man. Out of Playoff Volo by Classic Photo. Owned by Dennis Duford of Dresden. Ashley Duford conditions. Tyler Borth driven to win for the driving triple, and he's not done yet. Playful Elegance here wires up the field of trotters in 2 minutes 3/5 for a 24-1 upset. Congratulations. All righty, we've gone official here. Playful Elegance is a $51 winner. $51 even on the win ticket for Playful Elegance and Borth. $89.90 for the exactor. Dollar try, $141.35. The double, the Tyler Borth double, $109 even. The high five for 20 cents, $412.40. The pick 4 for $1, $4,998.10. The 20 center just shy of $1,000. The pick 3 for 20 cents, $61.75. And how about the pick 5? A 1 to 9 shot began. The early pick 5, it came back at $2,527.17 on a 20 center. Again, a 1 to 9 fave, starting things up in a pick 5. And the 20-cent ticket comes back at over $2,500. Incredible payout. Race number 6 up and coming in about 6 minutes' time. We go back on the pace for it. A Swedish blind for the one-masked man. Garrett Rooney driving for Ranger Hanover. 6 minutes away from race 6. Here we go. Starters on parade. It's the eighth, make it sixth race in London. I'm just looking ahead. Back to race 6 here on horses and geldings. $15,000 tags, non-winners 30,000 life. We've got Masked Man in the rail, switching to a Swedish blind here for Gestion JF Goyette Inc. of Quebec. Rene Dion training Bruce Richardson to do the driving. Number 2, it'll be Doc Houston, Scott Ray. On board for John Gold and Jack Ray. Jack trains. Squadron Sealster 3. Dan Clements on board for Lindsay Kerr, Dave Dighton, Derek Romano, and Robert Sims Jr. Lindsay does the training. Taylor Spitzig, the owner. Rusty Spitzig training. Number 4, Ranger Hanover. Garrett Rudy. Then the 5, Corona on the Beach. It's Todd Moore on board for Catherine and Darcy McClure. Darcy trains. Words Escape Me. Number 6, Lauren House for Scott McNiven, Tom Broadhurst, Don Douglas, and Shirley Griffin. Scott trains. John Philpott, along with Dr. Trevin Shive, share the ownership on 7. Mr. John, Katie McNeil training. Tyler Borth in the sulky. And then the 8 horse, it's Shakin' My Peaches. Andy Moore on board for the owner trainer Bud Moore. Those are your 8 pacers then for this Exactor, Try, and Superfecta. And a heavy favorite in number 1, Masked Man, currently at 2 to 5. Again, the bridle change, switching to the Swedish blind. Already, we're going to get a look at the heavy favorite here. Well, was a heavy favorite, drifting up because 7 took some action here. So we're looking at 1, Masked Man, switching things up to a Swedish blind, gets that rail to work with. Now this horse has got plenty of early speed. And let's just go back to the 5th race there. How about Playful Elegance? Todd Borth meant business right off the go there. Hey, Rob?
Yeah, price was massive, Sugar. I mean,
Huge.
Playful Elegance. I have saying I was surprised when she was 12 to 1, 15 to 1. I thought that she would take a lot more support and she would even higher,
Yeah.
Outside posts, trailing posts.
Mm-hmm.
Now she had the rail, and Tyler Boyd just said, I'm going to go out there and steal this one on the engine. That's what he did. So, I mean, hats off to those who had him. I know some people on Twitter. Mr. B actually had the pick 5.
I see that.
Incredible.
Yeah. I mean, he used that all button a couple of times, and you know what? There was a key player right up front. Another key player for us just missed in the 3rd, but that big filly Ethel, she likely made that ticket just a little more sweeter for some. But kudos to Mr. B for using that all button, that final leg. Playful Elegance, she wasn't that hard to find, but you know what? She went along unchallenged. I mean, that horse was meant to win that race tonight at a huge number.
Yep, she was. And not a bad effort from Show Me the Magic. Just one that we
Right.
kind of said, right? Like, didn't do enough to really warrant the price, but
Yeah.
still raced fantastic. To be second, all things considered, I just thought that the horse should have been a bigger number, and then it wouldn't have been as disappointing to finish in the place spot there.
Right, you called it perfectly. You didn't have to race a whole lot. It showed a big line, but we did mention, just up the rail the whole way last time out, and just had to do a whole lot of work from first up this evening, and just way too much to work to do turning for home. But Playful Elegance was very good there. One of 3 driving victories for Todd Borth. So Masked Man, if we can go back to him, looked very sharp there in the warm-up. Masked Man, the 1 horse, currently a 7 to 5 favorite. Bruce Richardson on board for trainer Rene Dion. Swedish blind, they're going there tonight. So looking to change things up a bit with this 3-year-old son of Shadow Play, I'd say.
Yeah, he's a good-looking horse. I mean, like you said, he's lightning fast off the switch when he wants to be. He's raced in a condition claimer once before. It was at Grand River. He won on the engine on that occasion from the rail, and he actually put the invisible shield up late. He was getting sworn by the whole field and still gutted it out to win. It looks like a great spot for him tonight. It really does. 3 to 2. I figured he'd get bet down to favoritism, and really he can control this race throughout.
Right on, and you got the 2-horse Doc Houston for Team Ray, likely to set up for a nice tidy trip up close to finish up the exacta here. Right now, a 5-1 third choice as the 7-horse Mr. John continues to take action from the outside post.
Yeah, Mr. John taking a lot of support. I've got him in the 4th spot here. Post 7 was what kind of deterred me. Obviously,
Yeah.
the qualifier at Truro looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And he's one that, on his best day can certainly beat this group. There's no question about it. He's beaten tougher than who he faced in here tonight,
Yep.
and hasn't raced for a tag before. So, I mean, you've got to like his chances if he gets put into play, but I just don't know what the trip scenario is going to look like. Hey, but the way Tyler's going tonight, maybe he sends this one off the switch.
Tyler is doing really good things. I mean, Mr. John, a nice animal, but he hasn't raced since April, and here we are on a, we've said it a few times, a fast track, but not, lightning fast. There might be a second or two slower than what we'd normally see from a fast track. So for a horse coming in off the long layoff and not really dealing with a true sense of a speedy track here tonight, I think I'm going to wait and watch him once before I back him.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially at 7-5.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's kind of double-edged sword, right? Like he's one that you say, well, maybe we should wait for next time, and he's getting hammered at the windows. So, I mean, that's what I did in the selections, and I would continue to do right now. I look to the inside. Masked Man's about the price he should be. I think Doc Houston's a bigger number on the board than what he should be going off at.
Right on. Here we go then. It's race 6 getting set to line up. Tyler Borth getting this Mr. John, though, right up on the gate there. It has me thinking, and after you said it, he might be thinking of leaving. If Mr. John has that early speed off the car here, watch out. He's taken 8-5 action still. So here we go. Masked Man, Doc Houston, Squadron Sealster, Ranger Hanover, Corona on the Beach, words escape me, Mr. John on the outside gate off the long layoff, and then Shaking My Peaches is in the trailing spot. They are picking up speed. It's race number 6 in London, and it starts right now. They're off. And yes, indeed, Mr. John and Tyler Borth is sending that one on out of there, though Masked Man and Bruce is coming on through there. It's going to be Masked Man on the lead, looking to find that pylon position in second. Mr. John, and he's done so at 2-1. Doc Houston got away in third, and Squadron Sealster to be fourth. Fifth best away for Shaking My Peaches. Then we go back to Ranger Hanover, Corona on the Beach. Words escape me, can see 'em all. 28-2 was the quarter-mile speed. Masked Man up top here at 1-5, and he's tugging on Bruce Richardson. The lead is 2 full lengths to a returning Mr. John. The second choice is all alone in second. Doc Houston continuing third with Squadron Sealster. Rounding out the top 4 as they approach the half mile. Masked Man, he's being left alone here. Mr. John continues to be second. It's Doc Houston watching from third. Squadron Sealster stayed in. Ranger Hanover out and rolling is fifth and moving into fourth now, and that is cover for Corona on the Beach. Getting shuffled here. Shaking My Peaches trailer on the outside. Words escape me. 58-2 halftime. And it's still Masked Man yet to face a challenger. Mr. John being chased up now at a second. Doc Houston gets right lined from a third. And still for Squadron Sealster. 3/4. They get over there in 1:28-2. And now Masked Man is asked to pick it up, and he is responding. Masked Man has turned it on. He appears to have found another gear that the rest don't have in here. Masked Man up top. Doc Houston fighting on for second against Mr. John. Squadron Sealster with some late pace, but it's all Masked Man. Good to go here. A 1-5 spanking under wraps. Doc Houston second, Squadron Sealster third, Mr. John fourth. 1, 2, 3, and 7 top 4. A 157-2. under wraps victory here for a very sharp Masked Man in 157 and 2. That's a big mile tonight. 1, 2, 3, and 7. A top 4 unofficial ice cold. Robert Reed Jr. superfecta there in race number 6. For a winner, circle photo, Masked Man, 3-year-old son of Shadow Play out of Tempest, Blue Chip by Better's Delight. For Gaston JF Goyette Inc. of Quebec, it's a Ready Dion condition. Bruce Richardson, Driven to Win, Gate to Wire tonight in 157 and 2. Now an 8-time career winner, and that's 8 on the season for Masked Man. Congratulations. Going official here at race 6, Masked Man 270, Exactor 750, Dollar Try 1015, the Super for $128, 55. Masked Man won it. Doc Houston second, Squadron Sealster third, Ranger Hanover 8, Corona on the Beach was 6, Words Escape Me 7, Mr. John fourth, and Shaking My Peaches fifth. 28 and 2, 58 and 2, 128 and 2 in the mile of 157 and 2. Big mile tonight from Masked Man. From the top, a 1, 2, 3, 8, 6, 7, 4, and 5. The back half of this Tuesday night card set to begin. Featuring in race 7 the late pick 5 play. Here's a $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. Group of trotters to start things up here in race 7. Exactor Try Super. Pick 5 begins in about 8 minutes.
Massman, a romping away winner in race number 6. That's the middle race on the card this evening. And now we're going to finish off with the second pick 5 of the night. Late pick 5 gets started right here in race number 7. Let's take a look at the tickets we've mapped out for you this evening. That early pick 5 paid fantastic. Again, congrats to those who cashed in on it. $5,000 guarantee on this pick 5 right here in race 7. There's Sugar's ticket. He's going to go 2 by 2 to start us off here, and we both like similar horses here. Shushi Deo, so good last time, now gets rail control tonight for the Hot Barn of Daryl Laver. 2 deep, though, the 1 and 4 here for Sugar. Then 3, 5, and race number 8. Doc's Paparazzi's one that I'm fond of tonight as well. He's also got Salzburg Boomer. Race 9 going to single up on the 5. Giddy Up Max has raced fantastic in each of his last 2 here at the Raceway. Race 10 is going to go with the Allburger. It's a trot race, top condition trotters. You know, one that looks pretty competitive as well from top to bottom, so might get a price down in that one. And then in the money leg, 4 deep with the 2, 3, 7, and 8. So we're on similar wavelengths. Let's see my ticket now. I'm going to start off with the 1, 3, and 4, I believe. There it is, 1, 3, and 4. I'm adding in Heavy Duty, a horse that I do think that, might provide some value here at a price. One that I think's not been racing up to what he's capable of. We'll see if he can be competitive tonight. I'm going to single the next 2 legs, the 3, Doc's Paparazzi, and race number 8. And then the 5, I do agree with Sugar, Giddy Up Max, the single for me in race number 9 as well. So a couple of singles there. And then 2, 5, and 7 in race 10. I do think the goaltender's got a big chance. J-Port High Class, a kind of a price source I'm looking at there. And then I think the last leg's one you want to spread out in as well. I'm going to go 5 deep with the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. So $9.20. I got Sugar with me.
Yeah. I just kind of following along, and I know we both keyed up that 5 horse in race number 9, that 5 Giddy Up Max. But you know what? When I gave out some program changes this evening, we had some added lines, and I'm just going to go back to the 1 horse in race number 9, Better's Dream. I'm looking at the last line. It's missing from the program where this one started in London here on October 28th. From the outside post 7, sat 8 throughout, but closed up very strong. Showed a final quarter 28-1 and a mile of 56-3 for trainer Michelle Sherman. Scott Coulter stays on. So, you know what? If you had to add another one into it, I'd be kind of leaning towards adding the 1, Better's Dream, in race number 9. Now, I know we both have the 5 keyed, but just that missing line from the program, just kind of drawing attention to it. Home in 28-1 for a mile and 56-3. It was the race that Bayfield Beach shipped in to win.
Yeah, no, it was a good effort. You know what? And Giddy Up Max, the one we're both singling, as good as he's been, second by a neck in both of those races, right? So maybe he comes up just short again, even though I do think he does look to be the best one.
Yeah, he does fit in there, but I'm looking at the gate speed for 5 Giddy Up Max in race number 9. I'm just not seeing a whole lot, but a versatile sort with that 1 Better's Dream going out the 3rd time for Michelle Sherman, off a couple of decent efforts. And just if you're looking for another in race number 9 and just putting it out there, that missing line, kind of huge. Better's Dream here, 28-1 in the end of a 56-3 mile here on October 28th. So wonderful job setting up these late pick 5s. And again, I went and looked at Mr. B's ticket structure there for the early pick 5. He nailed it. He was so on point with it.
Yeah, it was perfect. It really was. I mean, you get prices down in a couple of alls, right? And he added Ethel in there. I know he felt very strongly about that one.
Right, yeah.
And again, you had the single to start it off, and like I said, like you said, it's almost a perfect. It was a perfect ticket. I mean, you spend just over $40 and take home over $2,500. That's a perfect ticket.
I agree. Post parade for race number 7, opening leg of a late pick 5, coming right up here in London. Stand by. So race number 7, opening leg of our late pick 5. Another guaranteed pool to chase after. A low takeout. It's a go-to. The pick 5 here in race 7, led by 1, Shoshi Deo. It's Garrett Rudy staying on for owner Leanne Davidson. The trainer Darrell Laver. It's a best bet selection for Nathan Bain. Number 2, it's Dirt. Paul McKenzie driving for Saltwater Stable. Paul Megan's training. Natalie Elliott owning and training. Number 3, Heavy Duty. She's a co-breeder as well. Ryan DeRoche in the sulky for 3, Heavy Duty. Run Like Hill 4, Colin Kelly driving for owner-trainer Francis Guillemette. Alfie Carroll driving number 5, Hot Fudge Sunday for owners Angie and Richard Carroll. Richard trains. Ashley Bako owning. Lori Bako training number 6, What Can I Say? Lauren House going back on. Outside chance for 7, Sheena Soldier, Todd Moore for Gary Green and Tim Cherwayko. Tim does the training. And for the treading spot, 8, Mike the Knight. It's Anthony Hahn piloting for Dave and Ben Holiday. Dave does the training. Those are your 8 trotters for an opening leg of our popular Pick 5 Exactor Tri Superfecta. Getting a look at 1, Shoshi Deo, Darrell Laver conditioned trotter, and a winner of his latest, and did it quite easy. Was never really challenged in there. Polar Hall took all the action. This horse went away at 5-2 and rolled gate to wire with Garrett Rooney on board, and you're liking the chances to come right back here. Robert Reed Jr. with his commentary joining us on this Tuesday night.
Yeah, I do like his chances to come right back because he's a horse that has kind of, been at this level or better in the past and done well. It just kind of fell off form. Probably a lot of outside posts has something to do with that, not being on the engine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the spot this horse needs to be at his best. So, about to score down for Garrett Rooney. And if he gets to the lead, I think he's dangerous again. 4-1 on the board, moving up in class off that last line, though. And the barn of Darrell Laver has been red hot. I mean, you said it,
Yep.
Sugar. You said it on Twitter. You said it on the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything's been firing. So I think he can come right back and repeat.
He had a really good week, and this trotter looks really sharp going around that turn. Nice and easy, but you know what? The ears are flicking back and forth, and Garrett Rooney looks very confident sitting behind the 1, Shoshi Deo here. Currently 4-1. The price is right.
Yeah, price is very nice on him. And like I said, rail control, that early speed. I mean, I want to see him on the engine. I think that's going to be the game plan.
Yeah.
If he gets there, he swells up on the lead.
Okay. My top selection, we'll get to it, but here's the 3, Heavy Duty. Now, I've got this one pegged for a Superfecta ticket. You've got him pegged for the Exactor, to complete the Exactor. Ryan DeRoche on board for Natalie Elliott. Heavy Duty seems to do his best work when on or near the lead. I don't know. Is it an easier spot for him?
I think so, yeah. I think it's a drop down in class, no question about it.
Mm-hmm.
I like this spot. I like the fact that he gets to work from a good post. This horse has done some good things this season, right?
Yes.
9 for 30, has hit the board in almost half his starts. He's kind of a hot and cold horse, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you'll see him kind of go, a while between drinks, but then when he gets to the right spot, he responds.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've got to go for it off the gate tonight. I really do.
Okay.
Or at least get a favorable spot off the switch.
Yeah.
And I think he gets a piece of it, and maybe a bigger one than we think. 8-1 on the board is a nice number. I just think he fits the class well. And is certainly capable with the right kind of journey.
Okay, we're going inside of 2 minutes now, and we'll get a look at the 4, Run Like Hill, Colin Kelly. This one opened up as the favorite, continues to be odds on it, 4-5. I had him pegged on top here for owner-trainer Francis Guillemette. Colin Kelly, hot hands here last night. Gets a pretty good shot here with Run Like Hill, son of Muscle Hill.
Yeah, deserves respect, no question about it, right? I thought that he would take a lot of support like he is at 4 to 5. I mean, listen, I think that he's a horse that can certainly win in here.
Hmm.
I just don't know if he's going to warrant the price he's going to go off at. Magnificent Seven is a horse that came right back to win off that line when he got beat by a neck, so that's a good form reference, no
Sure.
question about it. I just thought that we might see an overbet here, and if we get lower than 4 to 5, it is exactly that. If he wins, would I be surprised? Absolutely not.
One we got pegged for a later portion of the ticket, but the form is really good right now on Dirt. Dirt's been racing pretty solid when up close, winner by a neck, winner by a head, but not 2 minute speed over London, where quite a few of them are showing that kind of speed. So I don't know what to make with number 2, Dirt, Paul McKenzie on for trainer Paul Meggins, and right now a 5-2 second choice.
Yeah, two ways to look at it, right? You should be brimming with confidence, back-to-back victories. Granted, they were both by slim margins.
Mm-hmm.
It's a known as a 40,000 life, though, right? So the
Right.
purse is more. It's a tougher spot. I mean, there's no
Yes.
question about it. These are horses that have won their way out of those conditions. Some of them long ago.
Yes.
And I think that he's going to have a little bit of a tougher time in here. I think he's certainly one that can hit the ticket, especially with that post 2 and a favorable journey. I just thought that this might be a race where he's up against it.
We still have a little time here. If you had to go bomb, I'm thinking 5 Hot Fudge Sunday. I know there's been traffic issues in recent starts. Alfie Carroll, 11-1's a pretty good price in Hot Fudge Sunday. Any bomb thoughts in this one?
7 Sheena Soldier. Last time it kind of got trapped in.
Okay.
Did get room late, but I mean you're talking about a horse that was 3-2 last time in this class, and now you're 15-1.
Wow.
I know it's post 7.
You're right.
That's still a big difference on the odds board.
Something to think about then as they line up. We've got trotters here to open up a late pick 5. We've got Shoshi Deo, a Dirt, then Heavy Duty, Run Like Hills in the center. Hot Fudge Sunday. What can I say? Sheena Soldier for 7 on gate. 1 late. That is Mike the Knight. Who do you like? Into the stretch. Race 7 trotters. Pick up speed. Here they come. Off and trotting. Dirt to take them on out of there. Heavy Duty in play along the inside. Shoshi Deo. And up between trotters went Run Like Hill, going through that opening turn, and Dirt for McKenzie out and in control here. It's Heavy Duty pocketing up for DeRoche in second. Shoshi Deo has gotten away in third. Run Like Hill contemplates taking back, but nope, going forward here to the quarter mile. It's Colin Kelly rousing up Run Like Hill to take command here prior to turn number 2. 29 seconds flat the quarter mile speed, and taking the top. Run Like Hill. Run Like Hill released at 1-5. The choice is on top by 3.5. It's Dirt now in second. Heavy Duty is trotting from third. Shoshi Deo is away in fourth. They get ready to make the swing for the half mile approach. And movement now out of the backfield as Mike the Knight has gotten underway, and that's going to be cover for Sheena Soldier. And next to last was, what can I say, the trailer, Hot Fudge Sunday, 59-3 at the half. And it's Run Like Hill to take them to the 5/8. Second best continues to be Dirt out there grinding away in third. Mike the Knight, Sheena Soldier, try to catch up to the cover out there in fourth. And now it's a shuffled back fifth for Heavy Duty. Setting it up third over was Hot Fudge Sunday. Then we go back to Shoshi Deo. And the trailer, what can I say, up by 3/4. Run Like Hill has gotten them there in 1:29-2. Mike the Knight keeps on coming here at a big number, 30-1, and he's on for the deuce against Dirt. Tipping 3 wide is Sheena Soldier, then Heavy Duty, Hot Fudge Sunday, and Shoshi Deo. It's an 8 left to go for Run Like Hill, and he's all alone on the lead here. Dirt has come back for the deuce, wide side, Sheena Soldier. It's all Run Like Hill, as good as advertised here at 1-5. Kelly for Guillemette. Second best was Sheena Soldier, then Heavy Duty, and Dirt stayed on for 4, 2 minutes flat. Number 4, Run Like Hill, all alone here on the line. Number 7, Sheena Soldier here at 21-1, up for the deuce. Then Heavy Duty third, Dirt was fourth. A 4-7-3-2 unofficial. Colin Kelly back with the Run Like Hill, this 5-year-old son of Muscle Hill out of Smarty Pants by Cadabra. Owned and trained by Francis Guillemette of Guelph. Colin Kelly driving this one to a going-away victory, 2 minutes flat. It was Run Like Hill at 1-5. Congratulations. $260 to win. Exactor $22.40. Dollar try $67.35. The super for a buck $246.85. Shoshidea was 6th. Dirt was 4th. Heavy Duty 3rd. A Run Like Hill won it. Hot Fudge Sunday 5th. What can I say? 8th. Sheena Soldier was 2nd. Mike the Knight finished 7th. 29, 59 and 3. A 129 and 2. And a mile of 2 minutes. Flat, well-rated Run Like Hill there in the 7th. Top down, a 6:43, 1:5.827. 8 minutes away from race number 8. We go back on the pace. Pacers for race 8. Bruce Richardson driving number 8, Fooling Yourself. Exactor Try Super, this late pick 4 with a guaranteed pool. $7,500 up next. 7 minutes away from race 8. Just to update, another driver change for race number 10. That 8 Jackson Storm would be driven by Jason Ryan. That was given out earlier. So the changes: race 8, Fooling Yourself, Bruce Richardson. Race 10, Jackson Storm, the 8, driven by Jason Ryan.
Run Like Hill, much the best in race number 7. We're now at race number 8. Last chance to play one of our big multi-leg guaranteed wagers. It is the late pick 4 guaranteed pool, $7,500. Let's take a look at the tickets we've mapped out. It can be very similar to what our pick 5s were. Mine and Sugar going to stay true to those tickets right here. Let's see them. And Sugar's going with a 3-5 here in the opening leg. Docs Paparazzi and Salzburg Boomer. I in agreement. I do lean towards Salzburg, Docs Paparazzi right now at 3-1. Singling up on the 5, Giddy Up Max, then the all button, finishing off with the 2, 3, 7, and 8. That's Sugar's ticket. My ticket, again, similar, except I'm going to go just single to start us off. I love Docs Paparazzi here, kind of an adventurous trip last time. Was first up, ducked inside, then was kind of loaded with pace under the wire. Now even money, not Docs Paparazzi. No surprise that money's starting to come for him. The 5 Giddy Up Max in the in race number 9, so single, and then the 2, 5, and 7 in a nice looking top condition trotting event. The 2 Goaltender might be the one to beat. I like the 5 J-Port High Class for a bit of a price. The 7 Arcanum should also be tough in there. Money leg 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. The ticket's just $3, right? $3 for a 20-cent ticket. So I mean, you could even hit the all button there in the final leg, because it is kind of a competitive looking finale tonight in race 11. But there's zeros on the board right now. 0 minutes post. You want to start mapping out your winning wagers for this guaranteed pick 4 at $7,500. We'll come back in just a few moments, take a closer look at this upcoming dash.
Back on the pace for race number 8. It's Karlamov on the rail here for Blue Shoe Investments. Trainer Jordan Sumner. Travis Henry gets the call on 1. It's horses and geldings, $15,000 tags, non-winners, $10,000 life, by the way. Number 2, Cimarron Pat. It's Pat Make It Dan Clements on board for owner-trainer Troy Cochran. Docs Paparazzi, number 3, Tyler Borth on board for Dr. Andrew Roberts. The trainer is Blair Burgess. Number 4, Village Juror. Tyler Moore gets the call for Angela MacArthur. Mark McCory training. Rebecca Williamson, Lori LePage share the ownership with Lori training. Number 5, Salzburg Boomer. Paul McKenzie. Number 6, Ink Slinger. Ink Slinger goes out for Don and Heather McGregor along with Peter Core with Peter training. Garrett Rooney. Number 7 is Mike Ron. Mike Ron got a little better last time out for the owners, Ron Ash and Mike McLaughlin. Michelle Sherman training. Scott Coulter going back on. And then the 8, Fooling Yourself. This one for Russ Gurley. The trainer's Derek Anderson. The driver becomes Bruce Richardson. Bruce Richardson now driving 8. Fooling Yourself here in race 8. The Exactor, Try, the Super, Fecta, and the opening leg of the popular Pick 4 play. It starts here, the heavy favorite, number 3, Docs Paparazzi, second best. last time out when coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Now, Robert, I know you know this horse well. I know Tyler Borth well. Tyler doing good things, and Doc's Paparazzi, you're a big fan of this horse tonight.
Yeah, I am. I thought it was a real good effort last time. Getting into that condition claimer for the first time, an angle that I like. Had the trailing post, got away, kind of moved first up, and then had to duck in, and got trapped in, and actually had some horse late. I mean, I just think it was kind of a rough spot for him to be in early, where he had no choice but to go to the pylons, and I just love the way he finished up. I mean, he was kind of weaving, and I think if he gets a clear lane, he likely wins the race. And now post 3 this time, nose on the gate. That's always something that's key. When you want to get behind a horse
Indeed.
like this, and I think he does. He's got gate speed too, right? He
Mm-hmm.
may not show it on those lines there, but I think he goes forward off the gates tonight, no question about it.
Already, and Tyler, he's put some in play tonight. I mean, he put that 24-1 Bomber, Playful Elegance on the lead, and she went along on challenge. He sent Chappie's Boy, which was a surprise to me, not for you, but a surprise for me. And of course, he had that heavy favorite Arizona in the opener. So Tyler's been sending them tonight. Even that 7-horse, Mr. John, who we did talk about, he left out without, just a little short. So maybe that one gets circled up for next time.
Yeah, I think so. It was a real big leaving move,
Yeah.
right? And he should get a lot out of that effort, right? He was kind of up close throughout, faded a bit, but was still good enough that we can go back to him, especially if he draws inside.
Right on. A career best season for Tyler Borth. I never used to see him leave much here in London, but when he's leaving off the car like he has been tonight, so much confidence for Borth right now.
Well, there is. He gets them to fly off the switch, and like I said, it doesn't matter where they kind of draw. If he wants them to go forward and they're willing, they'll do it.
And you know what? When he's winning races like he has, 3 tonight, 5 last Friday, he's going to get respect. Drivers are looking over and seeing Borth coming. He gets respect out here in London.
Yeah, he does. He deserves it. I mean, like we said, right? Like he's been winning races in bunches, and when you do that, you start to accumulate more power, more horsepower, and guys don't want to tangle with you, right? And that's the role that he's been on really as of late and this season as a whole.
Sure thing. Speaking of power, maybe some power off the wings here for Salzburg Boomer. This one has plenty of early speed. I see Paul McKenzie putting him in play.
Yeah, he's got to, right? Last time he went to the lead from post 6, went a long way on the engine before, getting caught late by TJ Spitfire and Doc's Paparazzi. I think really his only path to victory is likely something similar tonight. That's the way he races best, and looks like a good spot for him to try to blast off and, lead it or maybe sit in the 2-hole. So he's got to go forward off the switch.
Right on. Number 4, Village Juror, is one you've included in your top 3. And no shot last time. You can toss his latest. Made a break in the early going, but a pair of deuces before that. One of them at 34-1. He's another one that does have that early speed factor. This first turn could get crazy.
It could, and I mean, I think he's an overlay at 8-1. I thought the morning line was an overlay because last time you just tossed that line out. Before that, second to Azakar Jack by a wide margin, not the worst effort in the world, especially considering he left from post 7. And before that, he was a good second to Words Escape Me. So I thought Villager might be a value play here. Now that price is shortening up as we talk about him, but I think he can certainly be a part of this and merits some respect if he minds his manners. Like you said, he should be moving forward off the gate as well.
All right, I think you got Ink Slinger, the 6-horse, selected for 4th in the Super. I went for Bomb with the 2, Cimarron Pat, in my 4 spot. But Ink Slinger, for me, just a bit of an underachiever since coming back to London. I liked him 2 back, and he just couldn't make anything happen. I know they went to the blinkers last time out. He did show up for the deuce, but not such a quick mile over the good going.
No, yeah, I've been in the same boat. I've been kind of disappointed in Ink Slinger. I saw him at Sarnia for quite a few starts, and he had some really nice efforts. Kind of just, lackluster ones here. A little better last time. He got for second. Did come home in 31-4, mind you.
Right.
I just thought that he can kind of get a piece of it, but he's got to show more before I'd make him a win candidate.
Yeah, right now for me, that 5, now 6-1 on Ink Slinger. I don't know. That's a little low on that horse. Again, for me, I think for 4th in a superfecta, looking towards the 1, Cimarron Pat, and number 1, Karlamov is taking action here, of course, for trainer Jordan Sumner, and gets that rail to work with. 3, 4, and 5 are likely going to be forwardly placed here as we get set to go postward. Race number 8, it's the opening leg of a late pick 4. You still have time, but you would have to hurry because the gate is moving. from the rail out, Karlamov. Then the Cimarron, Pat, Docs Paparazzi, Village Jurors in the center, then Salzburg Boomer, Ink Slinger, Micron is farthest out, Fooling Yourself, back tearing it. Eighth of a mile out. Pacers pick up speed again, the opening leg of our late pick 4 in London. It starts right now. They're off. Village Juror to take them on out of there for Tyler Moore's second best. Docs Paparazzi, and traveling up close there to be third, Cimarron Pat. And Ray into fourth is Karlamov, fifth best away for Fooling Yourself. Looking for a seat, now finding it in sixth. Salzburg Boomer from well off the pace tonight. Then Ink Slinger and Micron is trailing up front and in control. Village Juror released here at 12-1 for Tottermore. Had them by the quarter mile in 29-2. It's 29-2. Comfortable speed for the quarter mile. Village Juror. It's a Docs Paparazzi who's all alone to trip out into second for Tyler Worth at 2-5. Staying with them in third is Cimarron. Pat off the back end. Micron. Micron, who was noticeably better last time out. He's an uncovered, quickly moving into third, now second, and will be challenging here. Micron at 35-1 could be going on by a minute 2/5 to halftime, and Micron has gone to the top. Second best is Village Juror outside and driving. There goes Salzburg Boomer, and now put in play Docs Paparazzi. He's fourth, though 4.5 lengths off the lead. They're all chasing the long shot leader. This is Micron. Micron by 3 full lengths. Salzburg Boomer is second, outside and driving third. Docs Paparazzi, and knifing on through with Cimarron Pat. Wide side for Ink Slinger, 128-4. That was a huge third quarter mile for Micron. Head down, and he's pacing up a storm, rounding the final turn. Upset in the making. Eighth of a mile left to go, and Micron is on the lead. Second best, Salzburg Boomer. Late pace from Docs Paparazzi. Skate, Micron, skate! It's Micron on the lead for Coulter at a 35-1 shocker. Close for second. Salzburg Boomer was against Docs Paparazzi, 159-1. Unofficial winner here, long shot, Micron. Micron here at 35-1 with the shocker, 7-3, 5-2, and it's unofficial Micron on his way back. Now I saw this horse showing up in London as we began this fall meet. Micron reminded me of the old pair of Microns I had back in Adam hockey, and yeah, Micron. Much the best winner here at a big number. 3-year-old colt son of sports writer out of Gravel by Camluck, owned by Ron Ash and Mike McLaughlin, trained by Michelle Sherman. Scott Coulter on for this victory, and a big mile tonight by Micron as he shocks in 159-1. Congratulations. So again, the top four, 7, 3, 5, 2. You got big bombs for first and fourth. You've got favorites in between them for second and third. Going official here in race 8, Micron 74.10, Exactor 265.70, the dollar try 502.40, the super for a buck 1892.75, the 20 center it was worth 378.55. So Karamov finished 6th, Cimarron Pat was 4th, Doc's Paparazzi was 2nd, Village Juror 8th, Salzburg Boomer 3rd, Ink Slinger 5th, Micron, a winner of Fooling Yourself, finished 7th. 29 and 2, a minute 2 fifths, a 128 and 4, and the mile was 159 and a 1. Micron from the top, a 6, 4, 2, 8, 3, 5, 1, and 7. So for many, Micron catching folks off guard, though he was much better than his previous 2 outings in London, where he finished well back last time out. He did close up very strong with a nice back half, 58 and 3, at a huge price in there, but yeah, he shows up tonight here at 35 to 1. Micron to start up a late pick 4 in London. 9th race up and coming. No changes there for the Exactor Try Superfecta. The pick 3 begins 7 minutes away. Ready, ninth race selections. Robert Reed Jr., Rod Adams Jr., Nahu Picks, and Nathan Bain, myself, we're all selecting 5 at Giddy Up Max. Ontario Racing's Garnet Barnsdale going to 7 Bettor's Victory. And the action starts early on this one Bettor's Dream, who I did mention there is a missing line. I'm going to give it out one more time. October 28th over London. Number 1, Bettor's Dream, did start from the outside post 7, sat last throughout, and passed a few horses to finish 5th. Closed up in 28-1 for a mile and 56-3. He was in against the likes of Bayfield Beach, Carson Shadow, and Wilson Wall. So there's the missing line. Home in 28-1 for a trip in 56-3. Number 1, Bettor's Dream. That missing line was from October 28th, right here in London, from an outside post 7. We've got our starters entering the track for race number 9. Horses and geldings, non-winners, $4,500 in their last 3. Also eligible, $18,000 claimers. Number 1, this is Bettor's Dream, going out for Kyle Stretch, the trainer Michelle Sherman, drivers Scott Coulter. Andy Moore driving number 2, Taylor's Credit, for owners Dane Pearson and Richard Dundas. Dane trains. Emma Christoforou owning and training number 3, Millennium Sealster. Scott Ray on board. Well, then it's Jason Ryan driving for Cranky's Boy for owner-trainer Rick Edwards. Travis Henry's up on 5, Giddy Up Max. This one owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty. Mo Better, 6, Johnny Hahn for Kerry Howard, and the trainer's Jeff Graham. Sally Charlton, Tom Knight, Dave Dighton, Ryan Clements, all on the ownership line for 7. Bettor's Victory. Lindsay Kerr training, Dan Clements on board. And then Natasha Day stays on the 8, Holly's Treasure. This one for Colonel Schneider Jr., Cassidy Schneider. Does the training. 8 pacers then for race number 9, Exactor, Try, Superfecta, and a pick 3 play starting up here in the 9th. 3 more to go on this Tuesday evening in London. Getting a look right here at number 5, a Giddy Up Max. 5, Giddy Up Max. Travis Henry on board for trainer Vic Putty. And he's been all right in London. He's finished second best in each of his last 2 here. And just missing by a neck against some nice horses. YS Delight nipped him on October 4th. And then Kenny Joe. Kenny Joe was huge last time out in Victory on October 25th. And again, winner by a neck over Giddy Up Max, who's leaving at a post position 5, a second choice right now. Behind Bettor's Dream, starting for the combination of Coulter and Sherman, who upset in race number 8. We didn't see the trip by Micron coming, but did acknowledge he was a little bit better last time out versus his previous two. But we didn't see that coming at all.
Yeah, still hard to find him, Sugar.
Yeah.
But I agree. Like he was a horse that was kind of trending in the right direction. I didn't see him making a power move to the lead and kind of winning with ease though. At that
Yeah,
point.
no, that move was crazy.
Yeah, and I always thought he'd be a horse that might go on for those connections, and
Right.
now it looks like they finally got him finding his best stride. And I mean that's a monstrous knockout for these multi-leg wagers, especially that pick 5, which was down to not very much left. So we could see some interesting things happen here in the final 3 races.
Right on. Giddy Up Max. And then you like this 8 Holly's Treasure coming in from Leamington. Schneider and Day, always kind of factor at these tracks around southwestern Ontario. And Holly's Treasure, tell us about it.
I've always liked Holly's Treasure. I think he's just a real hardworking racehorse. And the more I look at this race, and you look at one like Bettor's Dream, the way he's been, he raced last time. I did watch that replay. He was good, no question about it. Now with rail control, he's got to get away much better, you would think.
Okay.
Holly's Treasure can follow that one out, maybe get a trip. And a horse that when he gets the right trip, he can be tough if he gets the racing room in the stretch. So I'm always a fan of Holly's Treasure. Rather that nose be on the gate. But in any event, this is a class that he should be more than competitive in.
Right, that heavy action continues on the one Bettor's Dream. Any thoughts on this horse? I know for me, I left him out of my selections because, that race was probably after I did make selections for Bettor's or for this 9th race. So for Bettor's Dream, that line, is just 28-1 kind of jumps off the page and 56-3. And who he raced against, right? Bayfield Beach.
Yeah, he was doing it pretty easy too. I watched that
Right.
replay, and I mean he was just kind of gliding up.
Yeah.
Not really under much urging, just kind of doing it on his own, and it looked pretty good. The effort before that was a good one. I thought maybe it's a notch below what he's going to face in here, but certainly one that looks like trending in the right direction for Michelle Sherman, and one that was claimed off Carmen Occhiello, right? So,
right.
Not usually a barn where horses move on from. So I would say that Bettor's Dream. I mean, even money. Wow, that's.
We didn't see that coming, right?
No. But I mean, he raced well enough last time that I understand the support.
Right.
I can't get there on one that I didn't even see in the top 4. That's getting hammered down to 6-5. But the money's been right tonight.
You said it right there. You said it right there. A lot of the money has been right tonight. The money didn't go down on the trotter there, the big mare, Playful Elegance, nor the money did not go down on Micron. We have seen some bombs show up in the winner's circle, but the smart money's been right on the money this evening as far as that goes. We're seconds away. Any final thoughts on this 9th race? We get set to go postword.
I mean, listen, it keeps coming for Bettor's Dream, right? I mean, it'd be interesting to see what he does off the gate. I mean, I'm just hoping Holly's Treasure gets away well.
Okay.
One that I think right now is an overlay at 6-1. If Bettor's Dream's going to be good, then it should give a good trip to that one.
Here's the thing: if one Bettor's Dream is not showing that last line, I'm thinking Giddy Up Max is about 2-5 right now.
100%. I thought Giddy Up Max would get hammered here.
Yeah.
The only concern I have, like I said, beat by a neck in each of his last 2 at London.
Okay.
Both times put in huge effort.
Alrighty, here we go then. It's the 9th race, pacing event. In behind the gate, Bettor's Dream, Taylor's Credit, Millennium Sealster, Cranky's Boy, Giddy Up Max at 8-5, a second choice here. Then Mo Better, Bettor's Victory, Holly's Treasure in the trailing spot. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. 9th race in London. It's go time. They're off. The outside gate, Bettor's Victory leaving sharply for Clements. Up between pacers was Cranky's Boy, and protecting the inside lane, Millennium Sealster is going to be a long shot leader here in the early going at 17-1. Ray for Christopherou has sent this one to the top. The lead is 2.5 lengths. Cranky's Boy at 60-1 is traveling in second. Then we've got Bettor's Victory in third. And with that front flight in fourth, that is Giddy Up Max, a gap of 2 or 3 to Better's Dream, who's not keeping up there in 5th. And that has Holly's Treasure well back in 6th, though that one is thinking about it. Next to last was Mo Better. And the trailer, a slow beginning for Taylor's Credit, 27-3. There's your bullet quarter-mile speed tonight, courtesy of Millennium Sealster and the Razor. Second best is Cranky's Boy, and here comes Giddy Up Max getting underway. And he's got his Giddy Up on go here as they approach the 5/8, the half clocked up, and a nifty 50, 6 and 4. Millennium Sealster trying to bottom this field out. Long shot, extreme long shot. Cranky's Boy still 2-hole riding, looking for a way out. He don't have it right yet. Here and now, up to 3/4. Giddy Up Max approaching Millennium Sealster, still going on. Cranky's Boy now finding room. Better's Dream is out there in 4th, though not gaining wide side. Holly's Treasure over to 3/4. Hit me. 125 and 4. Millennium Sealster going a big one, still coming. This is Giddy Up Max in behind Cranky's Boy into the stretch. Millennium Sealster chased up for the final 8th. Giddy Up Max trying to take that hard away. Cranky's Boy punching through. Giddy Up Max guts it out for the victory. Millennium Sealster stayed on for 2nd, and Cranky's Boy, Better's Dream 4th. 155 and 4. Giddy Up Max. It was the 5, Giddy Up Max, grit grinding his way to victory here at 9-5. Number 3, Millennium Sealster 2nd, the 4, Cranky's Boy 3rd, and the 1, Better's Dream 4th. 5-3, 4 and 1. We've got a couple of favorites, 1st and 4th, couple of bombs, 2nd and 3rd in here. Back to victory lane, number 5, Giddy Up Max, 5-year-old son of Better's Delight, at a film critic by Art Major. Will be David Shea of Campbellville, Vic Putty Training. Travis Henry on board for this victory. Winning caretaker Kayla out for the photo with Giddy Up Max here, who's won in 155 and 4. Big effort by Giddy Up Max, a runner-up in his last 2 over London, and tonight getting the job done as a second choice 9-5. Congratulations. It's gone official, $570 to win for Giddy Up Max. Exactor 60-10, dollar try, $279.90. Super for $1, $935.70. Your 20 center came back at $187.14. Better's Dream was 4, Taylor's Credit 6, Millennium Sealster 2nd, Cranky's Boy 3rd. Giddy Up Max, your winner. Mo Better was 7th. Better's Victory 8th. Holly's Treasure finished 5th. 27-3. 56 and 4, 125 and 4, and a mile of 55 and 4. It was Giddy Up Max from the top, a 4, 6, 2, 3, 1, 7, 8, 5, and it's 2 more to go. We've got a trot in the 10th. We've got a pace In the 11th, the Trot Pace. Daily double up next. Exactor try. Superfecta 10 minutes away. Getting a look at some live money remaining in play. 2 legs left to go in the pick 4, and it's just $65 live from the pool of just shy of $12,000. We're going to ask for the pick 5 live money to come back here with 3 legs in and done. And there you see just $39 live and in play from pool just shy of $16,000 here. Best of luck if you're still alive and in play on either or both, right? Short live money left on our multi-leg wagers here to close out the card. We've got trotters here in the 10th. We've got a 11th and final that appears to be a bit wide open there. The high five play, of course, on Pacers in our finale. We're a little over 2 minutes away from race number 10 against trotters to start the late double. Consensus of our guest cappers: Robert Reed, Rod Allums Jr. of Nahoo Picks, Nathan Bain, Garnet Barnsdale of Ontario Racing, myself. We're all going to chase after number 2, Goaltender, for trainer Brett Lester. A solid winner last time out over Flamborough when coming in from Three Rivers. Goaltender takes the action here at 9-5. Here come your trotters. Race number 10. $10,000 purse event for the non-winners, $6,000 in their last 3. Number 1 spun from Magic, Colin Kelly on for Colonel Schneider Jr., the trainer Cassidy Schneider. Favorite continues to be number 2, Goaltender here for Francois Warren, the trainer is Brett Lester, the driver Sam Fillion. Blue Shoe Investments owning Jordan Sumner trains 3, Field Gunner, Travis Henry. Rapanahui 4, Garrett Rooney Pottits for Greg Price, Dominic DeSantis, Tom Jacobs, Greg Trains. Ted Melchers and Geis Vierstig share the ownership in 5, J-Port High Class. Lasix being added for tonight, trained and driven by Greg Dustin. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, Adipose 6, his return to the races for owner, trainer, driver, Natasha Day. Ken Weiss along with Christina Anderson on the ownership line for 7 Arcanum. Christina training Paul McKenzie in the bike. And rounding this one out, Jackson Storm off the victory. From post 8 this evening for Elizabeth Fair, the trainers Alan Fair make the driver Jason Ryan. There you have it, 8 trotters then for this Exactor Tri Superfecta, the start of a late double onto a pacing finale. Okay, goaltender, all of our guest cappers, including yourself and myself, we're all going to chase after goaltender here. It looked like a very solid victory over Flamborough from well off the pace last time out. Was out all the way, too, as charted with a parked mile winning in 59 and 4. Robert.
Yeah, he looks sharp right now, sugar on the track, and it was a huge effort. I mean, obviously that's in a softer spot than this class. There's no question about that, but it's just one of those ones that you look at and say, okay, well, this horse has been, preferred type in the past, and, he's trending back in the right direction and gets a great draw here from post 2 at the Raceway. So should be able to build off that last victory. 3 to 5 worthy. I'm not so sure about that. I thought he'd be, favored in here, maybe 6 to 5 or something, but now down to 2 to 5, just getting hammered on the odds board.
One thing I'm picking up on here, you don't see it normally this time of year because a lot of horses, they start here in London in the spring, then they go on to like Grand River in the summer and pick up their season's mark. Both Spun from Magic and Goaltender were winners here in 58 and change in the spring. That's their season's mark for the season. You don't see that this late in the season normally on horses coming in.
No, you don't see that, and it's interesting because Spun for Magic is one that I didn't give much respect to in the selections, but the more I started looking at him, Rail Control, Colin Kelly, you know what I mean? Like I don't see much separating one like him and the favorite right now, to be perfectly honest. And he's a horse that usually looks pretty smart on the track, and he's certainly living up to that typical expectation today.
This is a deep trotting event. The more I look at it, I'm like you. The more I look at this race, the more I'm thinking there's lots of options here. Every one of these trotters is showing 159 speed in their latest outings, including Sizzling Hot Herbie's qualifying effort over Flamborough.
Yeah, a lot of these horses, right? They're just maybe a notch below a preferred type, or one that's raced the preferred on many occasions, right? So it's really a true top condition trotting class. And like I said, I don't think that the margin, between the best horse and the worst horse on the odds board right now is indicative of what their talent is. Because even one like J-Port High Class, I don't think he's out of the woods in here. I mean, he's one that certainly should do with this group. I mean, he's a classy trotter that I think can, maybe get the best of these with the right kind of trip. 9 to 1, that's a big price on one like him.
And a rarity for trainer Greg Dustin, putting this horse on Lasix first time tonight.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I love the first time, second time Lasix angle. And, this is a horse that, you look at his recent lines and you'd have to think that might be something that might help him out. I mean, even getting beat by Charmbo Prince and Power and Grace, I mean, I think I'd be willing to back either one of those against this group. So I think he's a value on the board right now. Obviously, not racing on a regular schedule is a bit of a concern, but he's a horse that I look at and just look at his body of work and think he belongs against this group.
Getting some Twitter comments on the price of the winner from race number 9, Giddy Up Max. How did he get let go at 9 to 5? And the consensus is really it was that missing line on one, and maybe that played a factor in the one being bet down to the way he was. But the best horse won, right? I mean, that horse was sitting on a win, Giddy Up Max.
Yeah, we thought that. I singled him, Sugar, on every single one of my multi-leg wagers, and it doesn't matter because they all went dead. So
oh, dang. And you mentioned the live money, eh? We got $39 live on the Pick 5. We've got $65 live on the Pick 4 money.
Yeah, it's really remarkable that in this sequence, I know there's that big bomber that obviously changes
Right.
everything. But I mean, to go that low after one like Giddy Up Max wins and kind of logical to start it off,
Yeah.
I just think that's pretty remarkable, and just another reason why you have to play the multis here at the Raceway.
Yeah, and they got played pretty good tonight. I mean, we had over 21,000 wagered in the early pick five and close to 16,000 in this late pick five. Kudos to our horse players for giving us some thought and taking some serious shots tonight. And, Mr. B, he come on through with a $2,500 cash and a 20-cent ticket, and likely a few more of those players out there as well. Thanks so much for playing the Raceway tonight. And always, we certainly appreciate the horse player support as we get set for the Trotters. In race number 10, Spun from Magic, Goaltender, Field Gunner, Rapanahui, Jayport High Class, adding Lasix, then Sizzlin' Hot Herbie on the return, Arcanum for 7 across. Jackson Storm is in the back tier spot, picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Rapanahui at 9-2. Fires on out of there for Rooney. Spun from Magic, protecting his inside lane. Colin Kelly appears to be thinking about it already. It's a Sizzling Hot Herbie finding a nice, tidy spot in the early going to be third. Fourth best away, we've got the Goaltender. Trotting from fifth is Field Gunner. Jackson Storm looks at it from sixth, and Jayport High Class and Arcanum, they were single file by the quarter mile. 28-3 for Rapanahui. Spun from Magic, tugging hard on Kelly in the pocket. Sizzling Hot Herbie at 7-1 is still third, and considering an outside move and going for it right here and now. Goaltender out and rolling for Filion in fourth. That's going to be cover for Field Gunner and Travis Henry, moving second over now into fifth. And trotting sixth and wide, we've got Jackson Storm, and that appears to be a roadblock currently for Jayport High Class, who's now last. Going up along the inside was Arcanum. 59-4, 31-1. Second quarter breather for the leader, Rapanahui. Right on the saddle cloth now comes Goaltender. Spun from Magic, angled to the outside now in third. Sizzling Hot Herbie, nailed to the pylons at a fourth, fifth and wide. Field Gunner under urging, then it's back to Arcanum. Along the inside, Jayport High Class, who's been caught in traffic. Spun from Magic has jumped it off. Also off stride, the two. Goaltender has gone to a break, and it might be opening up for Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Herbert's underway from the pocket for Day, giving chase to the pace setter Rapanahui after three quarters. 128-3. Rapanahui chased up for the drive home, though Sizzlin' Hot Herbie is going best of all right off the bench. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie for Day at 7-1. Rapanahui was second. Jayport High Class overcoming the traffic trouble to be third. Field Gunner fourth. 159 flat. Unofficial winner, number 6, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie for Natasha Day. Second best was the 4, Rapanahui. Number 5, Jayport High Class third. And then fourth going to 3, Field Gunner. 6, 4, 5, and 3. Tell you what, put a huge circle around number 5, Jayport High Class for next time. So many traffic issues throughout, and closed up very strong to grab third in there. Again, circling up Jayport High Class for next time. Returning to the winner's circle here in London, the winner's circle he knows so well, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, the 8-year-old son of Here Comes Herbie, out of 6, Red by SJ's Photo. Owned, trained, and driven to win by Natasha Day. Herbert's 24th career win, is fourth on the season, and he does this one after missing months of action. Right off the bench, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, congratulations, winning in 159 flat. $16.90 on the win ticket for Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Exactor $56.40. Dollar try $92.55. Super for a buck. $657.95. The 20 center, it's worth $131.59. So spun from Magic was 8. Goaltender 6. Field Gunner 4. Rapanahui second. J-Port High Class third. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie a winner. Arcanum was 5th. Jackson Storm 7th. 28-3. 59-4. 128-3. That's a mile of 159 flat. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie for day and a mild upset. Top down 8-6-4, 2-3, 1-5-7, 11th and final. Up and coming. No changes there as we go back on the pace for an exactor try and a non-jackpot super high five. We're going to give you 10 minutes to think about it. Good luck. So the will pay is getting posted onto the double, pick 3, pick 4, and pick 5. Final leg comes up here, of course, in our high 5 finale. Some massive will pays ahead for the pick 5. Even the pick 4s, right, are still paying huge. Of course, you got the Bomber involved in the multi-leg sequence. Race 8, number 7, Micron at 35 to 1. Surprised many. Yes, indeed, a shocker. Yeah, will pays. Best of luck if you got one set up or a few of them set up here for yourself here in the finale. Again, the high 5 on a field of 8 pacers, non-jackpot high 5. Of course, the pool always paying out to any and all, selecting the top 5 finishers minus a low take. And there you see the will pays on to the pick 5 horses live to complete the pick 5 are the 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8. 1,484 the lowest price, and the highest price being to the 4 Cote de Jour, just shy of $5,000. Horses 1, 5, and 6 have no live money. Should the 1, 5, or 6 happen to win, a carryover for the early pick 5 into Friday evening. Best of luck with any live plays here in our 11th and final race. Here we go. The Pacers on parade here for the finale. They are non-winners, 2,500 in their last three, led by the one, a Royal Ship. Royal Ship goes out for Colonel Schneider Jr. along with Janet Volmar. Cassidy Schneider training Colin Kelly up. And number 2, he's a handyman, Mike Horner, training and driving for Mark Horner. Mr. Cheeseman is 3, Lauren House for Don Douglas, trainer Scott McNiven. And then it's the 4, Côte d'Azur. It's Karen Olsen Burgess along with Sterling Fisher sharing ownership with Blair Burgess training Tyler Borth. Mercenary 5, it's George Catros training and driving for Mary Catros. Bravado Seals Deer 6, Paul McKenzie for owner-trainer Christina Soundy. And then the 7, Mr. Mock Jimmy, Dan Clements for Sally Charlton, the trainer Lindsay Kerr. And a trail out, number 8, Sir Pugsley. This one for Robert Woodburn. Trainer is Taylor Fritz, and the driver, Brett McDonald. 8 Pacers for this exactor try, a super high five finale. Even money currently on number 8, Sir Pugsley. Alrighty, so getting a look at a top selection for Robert Reed Jr., myself as well. We're pretty much on the same page here for the high five finale. Number 2, he's a handyman, a much improved post here, Robert.
Yeah, big time. I mean, it's got to help his chances, right? He's had to work from post 7 last time. And then before that, 3 of the 4 starts before that, all trailing posts. So he's a handyman, nose on the gate, good post to work from. I think that he's not one that has an abundance of speed, but I think he can get away just well enough to get himself into a good position. And also, a pretty sizable drop in class.
Yeah.
So it's just a lot of things going, and he's a handyman's direction here. And if you go down to the the bottom lines, Clinton on the program page, I mean that's kind of and against comparable competition here, and I like the fact that he's back on a regular schedule, and at 9 to 5, obviously he's getting bet down to favoritism right now. That probably will hold come post time. This looks like a good spot for him though.
Second best to Cheddar Bay 2 back now. If Cheddar Bay's in here, wow, Cheddar Bay would be a 2 to 5 horse in this field.
Easily, yeah, and he'd probably go out and crush them, I would think, as well.
Yeah.
So I do think that it's a spot where I think that him and his next door neighbor right there on the screen as well, Mr. Cheeseman, I think they have a bit of a class edge based on where they've been racing, right? Because Mr. Cheeseman went a long way in the lead against a good group before getting hauled down by Kenny Joe and Giddy Up Max. We saw that one come back to win tonight.
That's right.
So I looked at it and just thought that those 2 horses on the class relief have to be the main players in here.
Right on. It could be sitting 2-3, 3-2 Royal Ship, though, on that inside post. Colin Kelly, right, with another rail starter. Might think about throwing a wrench into things. Here's Tyler Borth driving for Côte d'Azur. Blair Burgess has this one on the return to the races, last starting about a month ago over Grand River Raceway. Just missed a bit of time, likely to freshen up for the winter months, right?
Yeah, he's a talented horse, so it's just one of those things where what are we going to see today? Are we going to see him needing one and just kind of getting an easy trip, or is he going to get put into play? Because when he is on his game, he's a pretty fast horse. I mean, he hasn't done what many of these have done in this field. He's still got under 30,000 lifetime made, but he's better than his paper shows, we'll say. Okay,
well,
he's getting Tyler Borth aboard, 8 to 1. Looks smart on the track. I'd be using him everywhere in the exotics. And
our friend of the show, Chuck C., Côte d'Azur, big shot if ready here, in my opinion. Notes Chuck.
There you go. And Chuck's, sharp capper here at the raceway.
Right.
And I should have known. Actually, he has been a fan of this horse. I think he's cashed on him before.
Right on. So there are some horses that don't have live money to them to complete our multi-leg sequences here. I believe it's 1, 5, and 6, and nothing live on the end of the pick 5, and then the 5 and 6, nothing live on the end of the pick 4. And should any of those bombers show up here in the winner's circle for the finale, carryover money into Friday evening. A little over a minute to go here. Number 8, Sir Pugsley, an interesting play. Second start back off the layoff. Went a decent trip, showed the early speed, and just got taken down late. Little short on the end of things.
Yeah, and he had a right to be short,
Yeah.
right? Now this is kind of an interesting spot because he's moving up in class, and now you go to the trailing post. The question is, what kind of trip will it be? But Sir Pugsley, to me, has always been a horse that's better coming from off the pace, right?
Okay,
He's
yeah.
not really one that I'll remember as being a speed type,
Right.
through his best years. I mean, he's got over 440,000 made, and Taylor Fritz, this barn's been hot. I mean, the last 9 starts, 7 on the board finishes, 3 victories. So that's something to consider here, and maybe that's why we saw so much early money come from Sir Pugsley.
Any shot for Mr. Mock Jimmy? Another 7-hole outside post, eh?
Yeah, the post is not good, but I mean he's good enough,
right?
I mean, with the right kind of scenario, if the trip can work out, I mean, this field's not out of his reach. I thought he'd be a bigger price, though. He's taking a lot more support than I expected. Right now, he's sitting at 9-2, now 5-1. I mean, I don't know. I was hoping he'd be double digits on the board.
Yeah, I was thinking so too. That's kind of low from a 7-hole with not a whole lot of gate speed. So it's going to take something to get involved in this one. It's the High Five finale. Always a pleasure, Robert. Great catching up again this week. We'll catch you again next Tuesday.
Looking forward to it. A fantastic time as always, Sugar.
Right on. Here we go then. It's the finale. Royal Ship. He's a handyman. Mr. Cheeseman. Cote d'Azur in the return. Then Mercenary. Bravado Sealster. Mr. Mock Jimmy. Sir Pugsley. Back tearing it. A 16th out. And here they come. They're off. Tyler Borth offers the marching orders to Cote d'Azur coming off the bench, and he's on the lead early, second best. For Mr. Cheeseman, it's going to be He's a Handyman to travel from third, and fourth best away for Sir Pugsley, straightening up to the backside and on their way to the quarter mile. Pocket pulling, Mr. Cheeseman, though house. He thought better of it. Borth taking no prisoners this evening. He wants to cut it with Cote d'Azur, reaching the quarter mile in 28 seconds. Flat Cote d'Azur on top by a length and a Borth. Mr. Cheeseman second. He's a Handyman commits for Horner here at 3/8 completion. He's going to roll the dice, and that's going to be cover for Sir Pugsley. Traveling in fifth is Royal Ship. Mercenary getting underway from 6. Here's a rushing and brushing. He's a Handyman who grabbed control prior to the half mile, and Horner's got him on top now by 2.5. He's a Handyman striding away at the half and 57-3. Second best is Cote d'Azur. Left uncovered third. Sir Pugsley. Mr. Cheeseman shuffled back to fourth. Mercenary trying to get involved from fifth. Then Royal Ship off the back end. Mr. Mock Jimmy and trailing the field. Bravado Sealster. The half was 57-3. And it's still He's a Handyman. And it's still Cote d'Azur in second. Third and wide. Sir Pugsley. Mr. Cheeseman fourth. And Mercenary and Mr. Mock Jimmy 3/4. Clocked up in 1:26-4. He's a Handyman. Steps away again by 2.5. Chased up now from the deuce is Cote d'Azur. Mr. Cheeseman is third. Sir Pugsley. And off the back end, Mr. Mock Jimmy into the stretch. He's a Handyman, still the one. He's a Handyman. He was all right tonight at 4-5. He'll close out the card with Cote d'Azur second. Mr. Cheeseman, Mr. Mock Jimmy, Sir Pugsley rounding at the high 5 and 1:56-4. Number 2, he's a handyman with that winning move prior to the half mile. 2, 4, 3, 7, 8 for the high five. On his way back, returning down in front, he's a handyman. 5-year-old son of Big Jim, met of Cassidy, seal steer by Camlock. Owned by Mark Horner of St. Mary's. Mike Horner, brother Mike. Training and driving for this victory. 19th career win, that's 7 on the season. And it's a trip tonight in 156 and 4. He's a handyman, closing out our Tuesday evening in London. Congratulations. Going official here in the finale. He's a handyman, 390. Exactor, 1350. Pick 3 on the finale, 1096. The pick 4 for about 2,500, 64.10. There's another huge pick 5, 20-cent pick 5 onto a heavy fave in the end, 1,484.46. The exactor in the finale, $13.50 try, 1675. The high five for 20 cents, 65.10. The late double comes in at 33.20. Sizzling hot Herbie onto He's a Handyman. Royal Ship finished 8th. He's a Handyman won it. Mr. Cheeseman 3rd. Cote de Jour was 2nd. Mercenary 6. Bravado Sealster 7. Mr. Mock Jimmy 4. Sir Pugsley 5th. 28. 57 and 3. 126 and 4. And a mile 156 and 4. He's a handyman. From the top, an 813, 2, 6, 7, 4, 5. Total handle on the night, $550,000 plus. Thanks so much for playing tonight. And always, wagering was strong right from the get-go here. We're back in action this coming Friday evening. It's the early start time, 4:50 Eastern for good-looking 10 race card here on Friday evening. Again, thanks so much for giving us some thought and taking some shots tonight. From the Eye in London sky, I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great evening.